Hello and welcome to another stream. It is BSL GosuLeague round of 16 Group D today. And my name is Ray, and with me here is again Snipe.
Hey guys, how's it going? Glad to be here, ready to do some BSL Group D, finish off the round of 16.
Yeah, we will have some awesome games, and before we start, as always, we will take a short look at the group, at the players we have today. So here we are. 1 second. There we go. So here we have our groups. Here's the group round of 16. And this is the last group, Group D out of the round of 16. And we have 3 Zergs and 1 Protoss. Well, Oystein, I guess he's Zerg and Protoss. He's a race picker. Snipe, can you tell us something about the players?
Yeah, we've definitely casted a few of these players before, like Oystein, Tech. Striker is on my team, American Zerg. He's quite strong. I actually expect that he would probably make it out of this group. I don't know too much about PTAC. I don't think we've seen him ourselves yet. I know during the casts, Tech looked pretty strong too. So if I had to pick two, I'd say maybe Striker and Tech get out. But I think anyone definitely has the ability to get out. I mean, top 16 GosuLeague, everyone's going to be quite strong here.
Yes. And if we take a look at what they did in the round of 32, we'll maybe get a little idea on how it should go. So Oystein defeated his group quite handily 2-0. Tech got out in second place. Striker got out in first place, next to the grandiose MasterReY, of course. And P-Tech also in second place. So yeah, we'll see. Striker and Oystein got out in first place, and Tech and P-Tech got out in second place. But what's also interesting, in the round of 16, we had 2 Zergs advancing in Group A. We had 1 Zerg and 1 Protoss advancing in Group B. We had again 2 Zergs advancing from Group C. Sadly, the Protoss didn't make it. And now we have, well, 2 Zergs and 2 Protoss again. So we can already say Terrans are out, and we will have a lot of Zergs. And if Striker and P-Tech manage to advance today, that's a very Zerg heavy round of 8.
It's already looking pretty Zerg heavy with 4 Zergs in there. Or 5
Yes.
Zergs, I should say. So,
Yeah.
Who said Zerg wasn't the best race? Come on now. All right.
Okay, so yeah, first game will be Oystein against P-Tech. Second series will be Striker against Tech. Again, for everyone, the round of 16 is all best of 3s, so every single series will be a best of 3. And I think with that, everything is set, and we will go into the first game, right?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's do it. And here we are already. So, the map is Monte Cristo, one of the newer maps here, used in BSL. And yeah, in the top left corner of the map, we have a player called 187 Core, which is P-Tech.
Korea, maybe?
Yeah, and I don't know what this account is, but it's P-Tech. I mean, you see the names over the minimap here, so you know it's P-Tech, because the other one is Snipe.
Yes.
Your turn.
Yeah, so in the bottom right, we have our red Protoss, IRK's Oystein.
Yeah. Kinda
the race picker.
Botched introduction by me.
It's all right. It's the first game of the day, evening, wherever you are. So looking forward to some PvZ here. Definitely know you can get away with something maybe a little bit more greedy because the rush distance is a little bit different here. Because of those middle temples, right? We talked about that before in previous casts. There's a few temples in the middle that you'd have to kill to send a worker or your army straight across the map. So you have to, control it a little bit more while moving through and trying to scout on this map. And because of that little area, it does make the rush distance just a little bit longer. we'll have to see if players want to take advantage of that. We're just going to have a forge thrown down here from Oystein. And
Yes.
looks like maybe some kind of a 12 hatch or 11 hatch coming out of core here. Or PTech.
Yeah, looks like that's the case here. Yeah, sending 2 drones actually, so expect the probe to maybe already be here. But Oystein deciding he doesn't need to scout after the pylon. Since it's a 2-player map, he will arrive at his Zerg base even if he scouts after the forge, so saving a bit of minerals here. But then again, it's such a long way from this pylon position to his middle line. Don't think it really matters a lot. I'm not even sure if he got the mining trip in there in between the pylon and the forge.
Yeah, I don't know either, but he's probably feeling a little bit safe for scouting later too, just because, like we were talking about, that little bit longer rush distance on this map. And he's going to go ahead and throw down that Nexus, seeing that the hatchery is down, no pool, no early pool coming up from Zerg, so he's feeling pretty comfortable. Just gonna get his macro going here. Looks like he's maybe even gonna throw down that gateway before his first cannon as well.
Yeah. And this gateway positioning is interesting because if you just place your forge and gateway right between the X here, that means you will have to kill one of them, probably the gateway, to get out your bigger units later on, like the goons or archons. You can do a wall where there's a gap that you can actually leave your base without destroying anything, but he just wants to have a very small gap here. Yeah, with yeah, with the fact that you have to kill the building later on.
Yeah. We do see that Zerg has gone ahead and taken the Protoss's natural gas here. So that is going to slow down his attack a little bit. It's not like the end of the world. We can see he's already started the gas at his natural, and that's going to finish up just in time for his Nexus here as well. So he's going to be able to start mining there right away, but still a little bit annoying. I mean, it's going to delay his timings. So we'll see here how he proceeds from here. I imagine he'll just, kill it eventually and go into something pretty standard still. Meanwhile, on the Zerg side, we're going up to a third hatchery, and a gas is just now being started. So that gas is actually a little bit later than we might normally see. I'm interested to see what his plan is with this.
Yeah, it's really interesting, this opening, because if you steal the gas as a Zerg player against the Protoss, that means the Stargate, so the Corsair, will be a bit delayed. It will be later than usual. And for Protoss, if your Corsair is late, that means you have no scouting in the moment where fast Mutalisk could come. So that's the danger for the Protoss, but because the probe was still in the base and saw that there's no lair here, he's actually totally fine with his Corsairs being slightly delayed. I mean, the probe is still alive and full HP.
Yeah. And it doesn't even look like the Stargate is that late compared to normal timings here. Like, it's already started. It's 4:30. We're looking good. He's going to go ahead and send his outs to kill that gas. Not too worried about any kind of Ling run by. He's got one cannon. It's a one-gap wall. He's got his probe still. Well, had his probe still alive. I think it just died. But saw that the Zerg wasn't really making any additional units and was just kind of macroing up here. Throwing down a Hydralisk Den and an Evo Chamber now. So still no lair. Second Evo Chamber even. So this looks like he might be going for some like heavy early Hydra aggression, and maybe, yeah, he's going to start adding in some Carapace upgrades right away here. So maybe kind of like a Battle Zerg type style here.
I just saw the comment in the chat here. The P-Tech build, 2 Hydras on 2 bases. Not sure if you can win with that, but yeah, he's actually getting 2 evolution chambers, so it's actually true. So he has 2 upgrades going, double upgrades on 2 bases, and he's producing Hydras very soon, I guess. Yeah, Hydralisk speed as well. That's funny.
Yeah, I haven't seen this before, so it'll be interesting. Looks like we got the egg being killed here. My Zerg just maybe wanted to open that up slightly for some reason, or just doesn't like that egg there. He's like, oh, I'm building a lurker here? Wait, no, it's not a lurker.
Yeah, wrong color.
But no. Yeah, first Corsair is out. He's going to send it across the map, try and get an idea of what Zerg is doing. He's going to scout that Hydra Den. He's going to see there's 3 hatches and an Evo chamber. So he might be thinking, okay, well, is this kind of powerful 3-hatch Hydra with upgrades or something? The upgrades would be a little bit, or quite a bit later than a normal 3-hatch Hydra time, however, and he is going to see that lair starting right now for turning around and getting out of there.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if he wants to commit with those Hydras, because he's added some more drones. He just got some initial Hydras, then he added some more drones, and now he's going back to Hydra production, and he's also getting Zergling speed. So it looks like he wants to be aggressive now. Maybe with the 1-1 timing, but that will still take a while. It's a weird build for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well it's gonna work overall on a map like this. Just because your natural is on that high ground, like you're gonna be fighting uphill with Hydras against cannons. Like,
Yeah.
But I mean, it's his choice. He's GosuLeague, so he's better than me. We'll see. Meanwhile, it looks like Protoss is getting up a few more cannons. He's got his Templar tech just finishing up now, so he can start getting out those Templars, get some storms going. So I don't think he's really in any danger whatsoever here. He's got plenty of cannons, a good number of zealots, and storm on the way shortly.
Yeah, but he made a lot of cannons. He's still adding more cannons, so he's definitely very scared here. While our Zerg player is getting the third base, so maybe it's like a little mind game, like a little trick build by PTech, trying to convince the Protoss that very early Hydra aggression is coming on, but then he's making drones again, even getting lurkers now. So maybe it's just like a fast double upgrade into macro play, but Oystein is really defensive here. So I think this could go well for the Zerg.
Yeah, like you said, he's got a lot of cannons. Adding a pylon there just to make sure they stay powered. Really fearing an attack here, but as we can see, it doesn't look like PTAC is really going for that. I don't know. I would kind of be confused if I was in his position too, I think, playing in this game. Just because I haven't necessarily seen anything exactly like this, you know? But we do have a Spire coming up now as well for PTAC, so he's going to be able to get some Scourge, maybe contest those Corsairs, or get some scouting, maybe potential Muta switch later. We'll have to see what he wants to do for that. Oystein is going to go ahead and kill one of these eggs, or the eggs on his side now, it looks like, just so he can get out there a little bit easier.
Well, then Goons still have to go through the minerals. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
that's a good opening for Goons. He will have to kill the gateway later on.
Yeah.
One interesting thing I see is PTech is now getting melee upgrades in his evolution chamber, getting the second carapace upgrade and the melee upgrade. So maybe he will transition to Ultralisk later on, or many Zerglings at least. So it looks like he doesn't really want to go mass Hydras anymore. He's getting some lurkers, and maybe he just wants to go a bit more defensive after that. But then I think he should just get a fourth base at this point.
Yeah, maybe he'll take one soon. I'm looking at this, I'm thinking like maybe this build was just designed to make your opponent think, okay, this is some kind of 3-hatch Hydra. I need to cannon up and force him to make all these cannons when really you didn't have any intention of pushing across the map, and you're just like, okay, I'll make him make those cannons, then I'll take my additional bases and turtle up with lurkers and upgrades. That's kind of what it looks like. And we can see Oystein's playing a little bit scared too. He's got his Corsairs moving back and forth. He's got a group of Zealots and a Templar in his main. Like, it looks like he's really expecting some kind of a drop play coming in here, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's... yeah, but I still think if he wants to use the advantage that he's getting by forcing the Protoss to over-defend, yeah, was taking another base, but he's just staying on 3 bases for now. But yeah, we'll see how it works. So I just see the worker count, and the supply is very much in the Protoss favor.
Yeah, he killed his other egg. I don't know if things can still fit through there or not. Nope. I mean, Zealots, maybe, but
yeah, Zealots.
I don't think Goons. Okay, yeah, there he is. Now he's gonna kill that gateway, as you were saying earlier, just so he can get his units out, start moving out on the map, maybe try and deny some bases or bust some positions here of Zerg. Just kind of put some pressure on, force him to make units and not drone up. Meanwhile, we do have a hive started on Zerg's side, so he's gonna go 3 base hive here. We'll have to see what that's for. I'm guessing it's gonna be defilers. But maybe he just wants to continue his upgrades, you know, go up to get fast 3-3 upgrades or 3 carapace anyway. He has +2 carapace, is just about done now.
Yeah, he's getting the second melee upgrade, so I think he wants to go for very quick adrenal glands for the Zerglings or Ultralists as well. One of those at least. Otherwise, I think the very fast 2 melee upgrades make no sense. But
Yeah,
now
very good
Oystein
point.
is moving out of the map, so he has no Archons right now. So it's only Storm and a lot of Goons and Zealots. He's actually had 70 supply, so I think this attack can be really strong. I'm not sure if P-Tech has the necessary defense.
Yeah, we'll have to see where the Protoss army wants to go. There's quite a few lurkers set up on the high ground at his third base. They're kind of on the low ground between his natural and third base here, which looks like where Protoss is going to be pushing. It's a little bit choked up, but I think with a good enough spread and some good storms, he can definitely bust what's here now. We'll have to see.
Observer a bit behind there, some Goons, some Zealots running into the lurkers. Yeah, I think that's enough lurkers in a narrow enough choke area that he can defend here.
Took a few too many free hits in there as well, so he's just going to back out, take his third base, throwing down a lot of cannons at the third base as well.
Yeah.
It is quite open, so I think a few more isn't a bad idea, but that's a lot, so we'll see. But no, Zerg is going to try and actually send a few Zerglings up here to maybe try and deny this attempt, but Protoss army is definitely well in position here to deny this attempt.
Yeah, very passive game overall. No player did really go for a really committed attack so far, and both players are on 3 bases. I really think if this big attack that should be coming soon for P-Tech with the Adrenal Glands and the 2-2 upgrades for melee units, if that's not doing a lot of damage, he's in a bad position.
Oh, Zealot's taking a few hits.
Yeah.
Oh. Bit unfortunate losing a few free Zealots there. But Protoss still roaming the map a little bit. Now he's on the other side of these temples, just trying to find somewhere where he can stab in and do some damage. Hold on. I'll close down the stream. I think I might be lagging a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit laggy. Yeah, so many lurkers here, so many lurkers here. There's no way Oystein is really getting up. So P-Tech really going for a very turtly style, but it's 3 against 3 bases. I'm not sure if that's a position where the Zerg wants to be in a long game.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Protoss is pushing to where he thought the 4th base would be, or where a 4th base would probably be from Zerg, and there's nothing there. So he's probably feeling pretty comfortable taking his 4th base himself at this point as well.
Yeah, he's not going up there. There was actually a drone in the bottom left corner, so P-Tech wanted to expand there, but hit it in the corner. Yeah, but I don't see a chance for P-Tech to get another base at this point, and Oystein is getting another base, so Oystein out expanding the Zerg here, but now it finally looks like P-Tech is getting out on the map. He has his 2-2 upgrades for the melee units completed, his Adrenal is ready. Are there Defilers coming? That's what I'm wondering. I don't see Defilers here, no.
Yeah, no Defilers, no Ultralisk coming, so I guess the Hive was just for the upgrades and Adrenalings.
Yeah.
Taking a decent fight here. Lurkers are doing a lot of damage to this Protoss army. A bunch of Lynx streaming in.
Yeah, so most of the Zealots died to the Lurkers, and maybe now the mass Zerglings can clean up, but I still don't think he has enough, to be honest. I think Oystein is in a very good position here. He's trading well enough, and he's also having a 4th base completed now.
Yeah, we can see this in the supplies too. He's up about 40 supply on Zerg. And the longer this goes on with Zerg just sitting on 3 bases, I mean, yes, it takes Zerg a while to mine out compared to Protoss. Like we can see in the Protoss main base, he's mining out now. Well, Zerg still has plenty of minerals left in his main base. But the longer this goes on where Zerg doesn't have another base, eventually he's going to dry up and Protoss is just going to outgrow Zerg. which is almost the opposite you would see normally in this matchup. So I'm getting a bit worried here for a Zerg player. Like Oystein has a pretty big bank and a pretty sizable army here. He's pushing up the ramp. A couple of nice storms going down here, killing a lot of units. Is he going to have enough to defend this? Looks like maybe barely.
Yeah, he can defend this, but that's not what you need to win this game. You need to actually do damage to the Protoss and you need to expand more yourself. It's not enough to defend these attacks, because we see like the 4th base finish for Oystein. He can transfer all his probes now, as we can see here. And yeah, P-Tech's still on 3 bases, and it doesn't even look like he's trying to get a 4th base at this point.
Yeah, maybe this is just a style, like stay on 3 bases, get up a bunch of upgrades and Ling Lurker Hydra. Okay, there's going to be a drone sending the bottom left now, and he actually did start that 4th base. But is this going to be enough? We actually have Protoss killing these middle temples, maybe getting a bit frustrated with the unit pathing and controlling his units here. Just going to open up that middle. It also allows him more access to go back and forth between Zerg's bases if he does continue to open that anyway. He killed 1 temple, they're stacked here.
I just saw High Templar storming 5 Zerglings, and then when they were all killed and no Zergling anymore alive, he just stormed himself. that was weird.
The Templar was done. He didn't want to live anymore.
So I think it was a slight mistake by Oystein to not deny the 4th base in the bottom left. Maybe he's doing now, but he already let the lurkers get up there in position. I think he should have prevented that already, because he had the map control. But yeah, I guess he's just attacking now, and he will be able to deny it, I think.
Yeah, there's only 3 lurkers up here in a small group of units. He's gonna go ahead and pick off one of those lurkers right away. It looks like Zerg is actually gonna go for a drop.
So this was his whole plan all along, I think. This is the only like thing that he wants to do to win.
Drops are definitely annoying and can be hard for Protoss to deal with. Like, it's such a long way to get back here with his army.
Yes.
He does have some army from his rallies that are gonna come in here and try and save it. Will it be enough? We'll see how the storms are. There is 1 Templar here. Oh, he doesn't quite have a storm though.
Yeah, almost.
So it looks like Protoss is gonna lose most of his gateways just to a bunch of Lings, and this is like one of the unfortunate things about Cracklings. Like, they can just kill a Protoss base so quickly. 1 storm does go down, but it literally killed nothing.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And I mean, Protoss has a few gateways in his natural, but he's gonna lose all his production now. And this is Zerg's chance to get back in here. Like, we can even see the supplies have evened up, and with Protoss being unable to produce and spend all his money, like, Zerg's gonna have a great chance to get ahead here. There's so many cannons though at that 4th base that it'll be hard to break without any kind of defiler attack, which we still don't see coming out of Zerg. But maybe this is enough damage here. Like I said, Protoss isn't gonna be able to produce very many units here for a while.
Yes, we already see the minerals for Oystein being very high, almost 3k now. And yeah, he just has almost no production. So he needs to add more gates at some point. There's a lot of room actually in the 3rd base, for example. So I think he can add some more gateways, maybe in a position where it's not that easy to drop. Yeah, but the drop itself was very nice. I think that was pretty much the only thing that could take away the advantage for Oystein, because I think Oystein was in a very good position here. But yeah, he did not have the drop defense. I think that's what's actually breaking him here. But now he's actually in position for the next drop.
Yeah, his full army is right in the path of the Overlords. I think when he sees that the whole army here, he's just gonna have to turn around, and yeah, he's gonna do that. Not wanting to lose those Overlords and all those units really quickly. That's one way to let Protoss right back into the game if that happens. So yeah, we got Protoss rebuilding his gateways now. He's mined out of his natural, so he's down to mining on 2 bases, while Zerg is still mining happily on 4 and taking a 5th. Actually, they're both taking a 5th here in the middle of the map.
Still no Defiler mount, by the way. I think that would be a very good addition now, because if the Protoss is really in his main base defending for drops, then he could just go with a little attack of 12 Zerglings and 2 Dog Swarms. He could just kill the top right in the meantime also, because the army is so far away. I think this map is very long. It's very big distance from the top to the bottom of the map, and I think Zerg can really abuse that with the speed.
Yeah. Looks like Zerg is going across the map here now, maybe thinking about an attack on that third base, but Protoss army is here in position. We'll be able to hold on for the time being.
Yeah, by the way, I want to mention it. It's really laggy right now, and I can also see the stream being a bit laggy, so I think we have to go for a little break after this game, and I try to see what's up.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of freeze there. I don't know if it's my end or your end. I can try and restart my computer after this as well.
Yeah, let me actually pause here. This is not going well. I see the stream is also lagging a bit, so I guess it's on my side. Let me just try to see what I can do here. Maybe I have something
I closed
running
the
in
stream
background.
completely down. Yeah, I closed the stream on my end because I thought maybe it was me, but it didn't seem to do any difference or make any difference.
Yeah, I think it's actually me, but I'm not super sure what it is. Yeah, okay. Not really a lot I can do right now. I closed some programs, but apart from that, let's see. I will continue.
Alright. So a couple of nice storms going down here from Protoss. But is it going to be enough? He's losing quite a few units. Zerg is sending another couple groups of Lings across here. His Lurker's still doing damage. He's going to wipe out most, if not all, of the Protoss army here. And that usually spells trouble for Protoss. We can see in the supplies, Zerg has actually got ahead 30 supply now. And I mean, Protoss was looking in a good position. Like, we both thought Protoss was way ahead in this game for a while, but after that drop, Zerg kind of just took it to him, and now he's going to be able to take out this third base of Protoss. And what is Protoss going to be able to do to come back here now? If he loses this, that's half of his economy gone right away.
Yeah, and his supply is also very low right now. I don't think he has a lot left here to come back in this game. So yeah, really, the one thing that changed the complete state of the game was that drop, and yeah, Oystein just didn't have the drop defense. That's the only thing he did not take into consideration here.
Well, yeah, the thing is, like, he had units there earlier for the drop, right? Like, he had a group of Zealots and Templar, but the drop came much later, and at a time he wasn't ready for it, so what would you have done? Add a few cannons in your main, kept a couple of Templars and Zealots back or something? What do you think?
Yeah,
how do you prepare for a drop like that?
I think you should just add a lot of cannons when you're actually already on 4 bases against the 3 base Zerg. You already had 1 base. I think you really can spend some minerals on a lot of cannons in your base, and also get like 2 or 3 High Templars in there, maybe some Zealots, and then you can actually defend a lot.
Alright, well, Zerg is attacking that 5th base of Protoss now, and that's going to go down very, very quickly. So we're down to 1 mining base as Protoss. It's very well protected by a lot of cannons, even though they're only powered by 1 pylon here. Couple of Zealots and a Templar there. Protoss is going to do a counterattack and take out this 5th base of Zerg, but I feel like it's still a little too late kind of thing. Like, Zerg doesn't mind losing that base as much as Protoss minds losing the bases he lost. This feels kind of like almost like a Hail Mary play here from Protoss, you know? He's got to make something happen. He's got to kill a couple bases if he wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, this is his last army, and I'm not even sure if that army can kill anything here. There are so many reinforcements coming. The macro is really going for P-Tech at this point, and he can easily defend this army.
Yeah, and he's forced to back up here. He's still going to stay in. I mean, he's got a little bit of mining. He's still going to continue to try. He's got a lot of gas. Like, he could throw into a bunch of Templars and Archons if he wanted. But I don't think it's going to be enough. He needs to secure a base, and there's no way. Like, look at the army sitting on top of that third base for Protoss. There, like, he can't get up there and retake that. And a bunch of army again sitting there at Protoss's 5th base. Like, how is he going to get another Lake Island if he made a shuttle or something? He does have an Arbiter out now, interestingly enough.
Oh wow. Yeah, I did
I
not
don't know
see
what the
that.
plan is there. Yeah, I didn't even see the Arbiter tech. Yeah, I don't know if he's got stasis recall. Okay, he's getting stasis right now.
Yeah.
So maybe he's already got recall, but he's not gonna have the energy for that for a little while. And by the time he has it, like, again, his army's just not where it needs to be, especially compared to what Zerg has. So yeah.
He has still a lot of gas, so he can get a lot of Templars and I guess Archons, but at this point I think it's a bit too late. The Arbiter will not really change anything here, I think. He will kill this base at least, so that's nice. Or maybe he will kill it, there are some units coming to defend. He needs to storm now.
He should kill the one Overlord if he wants to kill this base. Oh, okay, there's a few more flying in now anyway. Very nice storms on that ramp for those units coming up to try and defend it. But it's still not enough. He's going to lose the rest of his army here. And with that, what does he have? Like, again, a bunch of Templars and a few Zealots at the front of his base. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, the Arbiter, I'm not sure. It has one kill, but I'm not sure if that matters.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. One Zergling or drone or something. Maybe kill a Lurker, who knows?
Yeah, I think this will really be the last army. If this army is dying, I think there's just nothing left for Oystein. He's on one base at this point. Well, he's on one base for a longer time already, but there are just so many units out for Zerg player. Zerg player can do whatever he wants, basically. Taking
yeah,
another
we can even
base
see.
here.
Yeah, he's retaking that 5th base. Like, he could even take the bases on Protoss' side of the map if he really wanted to. He's got so many Lurkers and Hydras here, he could defend that Protoss' old 3rd base even. Like, there's nothing Protoss could do about that, so.
Yes.
Bit unfortunate. I mean, Oystein looked like he was in a very good position for the first half of this game, but like we said, that drop really changed the flow. It kind of shows how quickly the game can change in StarCraft, you know. The one thing you don't account for or aren't prepared for could easily flip the game completely on its head, and you could turn a winning game into a losing game.
Yes, it can be very quick. Yeah, you really have to think about every single detail, and if you forget your drop defense, and that's exactly what the Zerg is going for, you can lose your game even if you're far ahead as a Protoss player. And that's what we saw here. I mean, he's winning this fight, and he's maybe killing the 4th base, but even if he can kill this one and even one more, it will just not matter anymore at this point.
Yeah, we can see Protoss is almost mined out of that top base too. He's got about 400 minerals left in each of those patches, so he can remake a small army maybe two more times or something, but he really needs another base, which he's never going to get, and realizing this, he's just going to tap out. GG.
GG. So that brings us to 1-0 here for our Zerg player P-Tech. And yeah, this is the best of 3, so Oystein has not lost the series yet. He can still come back in this best of 3. But before that, I see I have like 28% dropped frames, which is not really good. So I have to go on a little 3-minute break or so and try if I can fix some stuff here. Yeah, so yeah, sorry guys, 3-minute break. I try to fix, or I can try to see what's up, what the problem is, and try to fix it. And I hope the stream is less laggy after that. So don't go away. 3 minutes break. So be right back. Okay, we are back. Sorry for the little delay, for the short break. I hope it's better now. So far, my streaming software shows no dropped frames, so let's hope. So we just saw PTEC defeating Oystein in the first game on Monte Cristo, and now we'll jump into the second game, which is on Neo-Sylphid.
All right. So yeah, like we said, these are all best of threes. He's not eliminated, but he's gonna have to win these two to move on to the winner's match. Oystein.
Okay, and we are in the game. So on the left side of Neo-Sylphid, it is our Zerg being up 1-0 PTEC.
All right, and in the bottom right we have our pale green Protoss, who is currently down a game, Oystein.
Yeah, so we can see Overlord scouting the correct direction. But apart from that, we need to see the openings first.
You will find Protoss first. So yeah, we'll have to see. Definitely a bit more normal map. Sylphid, you know, a map that a lot of people like. It's being played a lot in a lot of different leagues now, and it's a very solid map overall. For good reason, right? It's a fun map to play. It's got some different options for strategies and expansion patterns, and yeah, it's pretty standard, pretty fun. Well, I'm sure both of these players are a lot more comfortable on this map than we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, there's a little trick that the Protoss can do, that they scout, in this case, in the left direction from their natural, and then see the Overlord and know where the Zerg is immediately. If there's no Overlord, the Zerg must be in the top position. But not every Protoss knows this trick or is using this trick, but we'll see. Yeah, I guess he will just see it anyways now.
Yep, he does see that Overlord, so he should know the spot. And that does assume that Zerg scouts correct direction when doing that. But it looks like, yeah, he did the same thing he did last time, where he didn't scout after the pylon. He went ahead and placed his forge down and then scouted.
Yeah.
So maybe just a style thing for him. He wants to get that little bit extra minerals before sending his scout out. Or maybe only on a 4-player map, maybe he'll scout after pylon, we'll see. But Zerg's going to go ahead and scout Protoss here as well. See the forge and know that there's nothing too suspicious going on here as of yet.
Yes, a pool coming up, but this time, earlier gas for Zerg player. Oh well, never mind. It was just a gas trick.
Yeah, that gas timing looked like he was going for a 2-hatch build, but just as we've noticed, gas trick. So he wants to get that extra drone out a little bit quicker.
Oh, and the drone was trying to block the Nexus, but actually Oystein got it down, so good job there. And stealing the gas again.
Yeah, I mean, he did it last time. Maybe it's just his thing. See, if they play something similar strategy, is he gonna go for that like 2-base Hydra upgrades type play again, or is he gonna try something else? We're actually having 2 cannons thrown down here from Oystein. Maybe he's thinking it's a bunch of Zerglings, but as we can see, it's just a bunch of drones popping out of these eggs right here. So he's not even making a single Zergling.
It's very weird to see cannons going up before the eggs are popping, because he has a probe in the base. He sees everything here, so he could just wait until the eggs come out, and then he will see what it is, and he can still start the cannon when he sees its Zerglings. So that was a bit weird.
Yeah, he did cancel the second cannon at least. So not spending, getting some of that money back, or most of that money back from that cannon. Looks like Zerg is just going to go ahead and throw down a 3rd hatchery before his gas here again. So I'm assuming it's going to be something similar to what we saw last game coming out of our Zerg player here.
Yeah, so far it really looks like that. Remember, he went for the +1 range upgrades in the beginning, but then transitioned to melee upgrades. I wonder if there's a variant where you could just go immediately into melee upgrades to have the 3-3 earlier and not just 3-2 for melee. But yeah, let's talk about the late game. First we have to see what's going on in the early game and mid game.
Throwing down a sunken here pretty early as well. I'm not sure what the decision is to get the sunken colony so early in these games. Like, Protoss only has one zealot at the moment. Is he really worried that that one zealot's going to come across and kill him? Is he doing that to try and deny scouting? I mean, I don't know. It just seems kind of early to have that sunken, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so both players getting their static defense very early without really any units, attacking units out for the opponent. But yeah, at least Oyster cancelled it. Oh, he's adding the second cannon again. Still has the probe outside.
Yeah. Maybe he's worried that the Zerg is making a bunch of units behind this. He's going to get that probe chased away. So, yeah. Where do we stand? It looks like he's even going to get a third cannon, so he's really worried about a 3-hatch Hydra coming here.
Yeah,
or something, or a bunch of Lings.
That's really interesting. If you still have a probe out and you see the Zerglings have no speed upgrade, that means you can just run around and you can see every unit leaving the base of the Zerg player. So you really would see Hydras coming if that's what PTech is going for. So yeah, that's interesting that he's getting 3 cannons here.
Yeah, and if he is worried, like if you see the Hydras pop, then you can start adding your cannons kind of thing. Like, you don't need the cannons if there's no Hydras even on the map. The Hydraless Den is coming up now, and we do have the 2 Evo chambers again with the Carapace and ranged attack or missile attacks being upgraded here. So yeah, I mean, it's looking very similar for PTAC from game 1. Meanwhile, Protoss going ahead and getting his Citadel and a second gateway. So everything looking standard from him as well.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We saw some Hydras getting started and then 2 drones again getting started. So it really doesn't look like he will commit super hard on these Hydras. So far he's still making some more, but you always need some against the core there, of course. But then the question is, will he continue to produce them or not? He's again getting the Zergling speed, despite only having 2 Zerglings on the map. So really interesting things we see here.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird-ish build. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I think about it. But yeah, it works for him, so I guess it's good. Last game we saw him, produce these Hydras and then go back into drone production. Looks like he's still continuing to produce Hydras, so maybe he's thinking about being a little bit more aggressive here. Those extra cannons may come in use. Yeah, Lair is being started as well. Linkspink just finishing up, so last time we kind of saw that Lair, he wanted to just continue his upgrades. So I'm guessing that's what it's for. He did add a Spire a little bit later. Maybe made a couple of Scourge, but I don't think he made any Mutalisks or anything with that, so... a little bit of pressure coming out now. He will be able to pick off maybe the gateway here.
By the way, I just realized there's a big gap on the right side of the gateway where Speedlings could just run through. But I guess he has a lot of cannons.
You could always tank some damage with those Hydras and then run the Lings in or something too.
Oh.
But, I mean, Oystein we can see throwing down even more cannons here. Not wanting to die to this Hydra pressure. But as we can see, it's not a full commit. He's gone back into producing drones on his side. Throwing down another hatchery. So we're going up to 5 hatches now. And Overlord speed is being researched. So maybe he's thinking about wanting to do some kind of a drop play again. Worked for him last time, why not?
Yeah, I think it's exactly the same build so far. Maybe we see Oystein being a bit more aggressive early on this time, to not be in this situation that you have to be scared of a drop.
Yeah, I mean, if he can kill a base earlier on or intercept the drop before it can get into his base and do all that damage, we could definitely have a different game. So yeah, Spire coming down from the Zerg player again. This looks basically like what we saw last game. So, it's what he's comfortable with, and I mean, that's fine. Play what you're good at, right?
Yeah, and we see a lot of zealots moving out, but I mean, they are a lot, but the Hydra numbers are just too big for the zealots anyways. He needs to wait a bit longer until he can really move out, but maybe he can actually get a third base if he gets a cannon up before P-Tech is scouting it. It would be very nice to get such an early third base against the Zerg, who has more units on the map right now.
He sent a probe to the mineral only and to this pseudo high ground type base. So it looks like he maybe thought about taking 2 bases or couldn't decide which one he was going to building the cannon or pylon here at this one. I'm assuming that means he's going to take this one, but he's sending that probe back down there, so maybe he's just going to plan to double expand behind this.
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah, you can see another pylon coming down there now as well. Nice spread of Zerglings and Overlords coming across the map here for PTAC. He's got vision all across the middle of the map at the moment. But he doesn't know is this Zealot army is coming here right now. Little lurker block, so that's nice.
I could storm that, but he's probably not sure how far they are. If you storm the first storm and then they finish, it's actually a wasted storm, so he's not risking that.
Yeah. Alright, he's gonna kill the pylon that's at the front of his base that's powering his gateway and his forge upgrade.
Ah, the forge actually still spins barely, so
Okay,
that's very far away from the pylon, yeah.
Yeah, but the gateway is no longer powered.
Yes.
Unfortunately for him. So that Zealot is in limbo now. He's like halfway warped into this world. He's just stuck in who knows where. But meanwhile, yeah, third base is about finished up for Protoss. So he's going to be able to be mining from that pretty soon. He's just kind of roaming around the map with this Zealot Templar army. A couple of Dragoons getting mixed in now. Checking for any, random Zerglings, maybe at future base expansions, or just Zerglings used for vision. So he's going to clean up a few of those. Not really looking to pressure Zerg just quite yet. He's going to want to wait for those observers and a few more Dragoons, and then he will probably see him move across the map and try and bust some position of Zerg here.
Yeah, this time it's a bit more easier for Oystein to break the Zerg, maybe, if he has enough units. Because on the last map, Monte Cristo, we saw in front of the third base of the Zerg player, we had this high ground, and Oystein basically had to push up a ramp into lurkers. But in this case, it's all like even ground, so maybe he has a better chance to break something in this map.
Yeah, it also looks like Zerg can get a much better flank coming in here against the Protoss army. Like, it's just such a wide arc that they could approach the Protoss army. Looks like he's not going to commit just yet, and he's going to just back out a little bit, continuing to maybe threaten an attack somewhere, but not actually committing anywhere at the moment, and taking a fourth base on this high ground here with the gas. So still not taking that mineral base, which he's got a pylon and cannon set up for a little bit later.
I don't like that Oystein is not really denying the bases. I mean, he had his army on the map before P-Tech actually took his fourth base and before he set up lurkers in front of the fourth base. So maybe if he's just more active here in this area, he could have denied it a bit more, or at least delayed it. But at this point, he just lets P-Tech expand. They both let each other expand. I mean, we see some Zerglings here trying to kill something, but the base is going up anyways.
Yeah, both playing maybe a little too passively. I think maybe Oystein's in the mindset like, hey, last game I moved out and attacked this guy, and when I did that, he dropped me and I died. So maybe he's like, I don't want to get dropped again. I'm just going to, keep my army moving back and forth across the map, so if a drop is coming, I'm going to see it and stop it. But that's just giving Zerg extra time to take more bases and saturate them. And that's kind of what Zerg wants. Like, they want to get into a spot where they just grow enough that all their bases are saturated, and then they can do nothing but produce units and eventually overwhelm you.
Yeah. One thing we can see if we take a look at the main base here of Oystein, actually this time it is surrounded by his own bases, and with that surrounded by cannons everywhere. So I think on this map it's really difficult for P-Tech to get a drop into the main base. But okay, now we have Oystein pushing, so maybe we can do something here.
Couple of storms. The first one hit nothing. The second one hit like 2 units. So not the greatest first couple of storms. Gonna storm Lurker there. So maybe not the most effective use of the storms. Second storm to kill the Lurker.
Yeah, there's actually no other lurker here to defend the natural, so if we can just break into the natural, that would be nice, but more lurkers coming. And with that, I think, yeah, there's no breaking through, he has to go back.
Yeah, the Zerg has a lot of lings and a few hydras and lurkers just kind of sitting out all over in front of the natural, third base, fourth base kind of area here. So Protoss trying to push through that small little area would not have gone well for him. So wisely backing out, maybe try and get in there from a different angle. Like I would like to see him pressuring a bit more, like you said. Like he's just giving Zerg all this time. However, we do see that Protoss is out expanding our Zerg player at the moment. He's already on 5 bases here, about to be mining from that mineral, and he's actually setting up to take a 6th base even. So
Yeah.
maybe he's planning to just, I'm going to control the map, take every base, and just beat him in the long game, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's what we was going for last game as well, and then the drop came. But as I said, on this map, I think the drop is not really possible. But I would still love to see Oystein maybe getting some Corsairs or so as well.
Yeah. Using up a few storms, killing a few units, forcing Zerg to have to remake those units even, you know, so they can't be droning constantly. This is a pretty good angle here from Protoss. He is getting a lot of kills here. He killed a couple of lurkers, a bunch of Zerglings without fully committing in. I don't think he wants to fully commit because there's a bunch more lings coming. Another nice storm going down here. And now he's just going to back out with a bunch of Zerg army. Another nice storm.
Are there more storms? I don't... Okay, there's one more nice storm. Oh, the observers are too far in the back. He can't kill... Okay, I guess he can. Yeah. Oh, it looks like he has observer vision range already.
That's good.
Or I didn't see an observer at the top there. That could be the case as well.
Yeah. Well, I like that play. He didn't really hard commit and lose his full army, but he did trade out a lot of units from Zerg. So it's going to force Zerg to have to remake all those. As we can see, he's just making a bunch of lings and stuff now. Still on 4 bases, whereas Protoss is taking that 6th base now, and even setting up for a 7th base. He's got quite a bank, quite a large army, a large number of probes. I would say almost maybe a few too many, but it's not the end of the world, the amount of probes, I would say. Looks like he's going to try and commit in here again. And backs out.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have more bases as a Protoss compared to a Zerg player, you can do more trades than in a normal PvZ where the Zerg has more bases, I guess. So, yeah, I think trading is a good thing to do here for Oystein. But I still think he's too passive. Maybe there should be some drops as well. You can like get some Dark Templars in the main base with some Corsairs. You could go for like a speed shuttle, storm drop on the force. There's like no defense at all for that. But there's just nothing going on in that regard.
One thing I would like to see from Protoss is some more gateways. We're sitting here on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gates. You could definitely have a few more here, especially with the number of bases he has mining at the moment. Like, Zerg has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hatches himself, so he's only got 1 more gateway than Zerg has hatcheries. So I mean, with more gateways, he can reproduce that army faster. But meanwhile, we do have a counterattack coming up from Zerg on the 4th base here at Protoss. That's a lot of Lurker Ling. Will he be able to bust up this ramp position? It looks like he will. And before the Protoss army can get here, he'll probably be able to take out that Nexus.
Oh, he's running into the lurkers. Where are the observers? They are so far behind. Oh my god.
Couple of storms missing most of those lurkers, unfortunately. But they do come in. Okay, there's a storm getting most of the lurkers. The obs are finally here. He's going to clean this army up. It looks like, at least all these lurkers, but he is going to lose his base in the process.
Yeah, I'm not even sure about that. There are more units coming from P-Tech, and there are still units on the high ground there. I don't think he will actually clean up this army. Maybe the Archons in the end, but that's it.
Yeah. So he did clean it up, but he lost like most of his army, like we were saying. I don't think Zerg realizes just how many other bases Protoss has. He does have this Overlord to see this bottom leftish base, but he doesn't know about the top mineral only being taken. So yes, Protoss lost a base, but he can still see he's mining pretty healthy on 3 bases, or 4 bases even. His main is about to mine out, however. And with another base coming out, so even though he lost that, I think Protoss is still in a fine position. He's still up 30 supply here. And continuing to macro out another army. Like we were saying, I would like to see maybe a few more gates out of him, just so he could get that army macroed out a little bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe also some Reavers. That's a very good unit against late game Zerg. Also, I see that he's not upgrading anymore. He got his 3 attack upgrades, but that's it. He's not upgrading at all here. And that's not good for against a Zerg player that will be on 3-3 anytime soon. And now we see P-Tech actually loading up the Overlords. I'm really wondering where he's going. Probably on that 7 o'clock base. But there are a lot of cannons there.
Yeah, so it looks like the Overlords are heading that direction. I was going to say maybe he can, after busting that base, he can go up there and then drop into the main.
Yeah, that's true.
It looks like he wants to try and drop on this base. I don't know if that's the best idea. Maybe he's going to try and sneak around and go in the back for the main. Okay, no, he's going to go for this base. I don't know how this is going to work out. There's so many cannons here. He's just going to throw away a lot of army. Yeah.
I think we just do it.
Yeah. So apparently that wasn't enough cannons to stop this full Zerg army. He did lose a lot to the cannons, but he is probably going to take out this base as well.
Yeah, Zerglings are just killing buildings so quickly, and this base is gone, and really not such a big investment for P-Tech. He still has so many minerals, a lot of gas as well. He can just macro back up, and he just killed the base, and it's working very nicely what P-Tech is doing here.
Yeah, I mean, this is similar to what we saw last game, where he was behind for a big part of the game, but he got back with like these counterattacks or these drops that were kind of unexpected or hit places where Oystein wasn't really ready for them. And we see that again, and it looks like Oystein is actually going for Arbiters again as well. I just noticed he's got that Arbiter Tribunal. So yeah, I guess this is just his style. But he is going to continue to push in here, maybe attempt at breaking a base. There's a lot of Zerg army flooding in here as well, though.
Yeah, but Oystein really has to do something. I think this is almost his last shot. If he's not doing any damage with this army, I think the game is almost over again. P-Tech is just growing too big. But so far, good storms for Oystein. So far it looks good for this fight.
Yeah, he is going to clean up everything Zerg had there. I mean, he lost most of his army as well, but he is taking that other natural base at the top here. Like, if he can get and defend that, he's going to be able to take more than half the map against the Zerg. And, you know, late game Protoss trades so much more effectively with all the Storms and Archons. So we'll see.
Yeah.
He's still up. I mean, he's up 50 supply. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you just said Protoss trading well, but he's still not upgrading anymore. He's still on 3-0, but he at least got 2 Reavers now, so maybe this is an adaptation or an addition to his army that can really break something now. Last game he was never really successful in breaking some position, but this time I think it really looks good. He has so many Archons left over, he has the Reavers, and he still has a lot of Storms. I think this time it can really work.
Yeah, decent Storm there. Nice split by Zerg as well to get out of that Storm. But is Zerg going to be able to save this base? It's not looking too promising. There's still a lot of Templars here. Good number of Archons, a few Zealots. These Reavers are going to make it really hard to push in on this position. Some Scourge flying in, going to be able to pick off that shuttle. Oh no, never mind. He just took out all the obs instead. I thought he was going for the shuttle. But it looks like Zerg is going to lose most of this base. Will he be able to kill that last hatchery though?
He's not able to. He lost his whole army, and that was an important army. That was a very expensive army, a lot of Archons, the Reavers. That was a lot of gas that he lost. And if you look at this gas, he's on 600. Let's look at the army here. He has 1 Archon and 3 Templars. And okay, the Arbiter I will, but I'm not sure what he's looking for to do with that. Yeah, maybe if I can secure this top base, then Oystein is in a good position, but if not, I think he's just slowly, yeah, just getting behind in this game. So Pitek's just doing more damage, I feel.
Yeah, he did. Oystein did try a little storm drop or storm Archon drop there at the top base of Zerg, but he managed to pick that off with a couple of Scourge before he unloaded.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think Zerg really knows about the mineral only. It's barely mining. There's only a few probes. I don't know what happened to all his probes. I guess he transferred it to this other base, and I'm not sure he even knows about either of these top 2 bases. If they go uncontested for long enough, and I mean Oystein is able to defend these with some Reavers and or Storms, lots of cannons, whatever, then it's going to be very hard for PTAC in a late game to, you know, win against the Protoss player. Like eventually he'll mine out first if Protoss can secure these bases, and then Protoss will just win in a game of attrition here.
Yeah, definitely. If you let the Protoss get the other main base on a 3-player map in a 1-on-1 in a ZVP, then of course the Protoss will probably win the game, unless something really weird, base trady happens or whatever. So yeah, Pitek, he's just staying on his like passive route. He's just not doing anything else. He's burrowing his lurkers in front of his 4 bases again, and he's just not going for any attacks. Maybe he can get a drop in the top position here on 12 o'clock and then attack from there. But the cannons are just going up, and yeah, it looks like Oystein is securing this base, and with that, Oystein is in a pretty good position. What can Pitek do?
Yeah, he's even got a Templar there to storm anything coming in. He's going to send his Corsair over here just in case. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be patrolling here just to look out for Zerg maybe taking that base or kind of drop units over there, just so he can be aware ahead of time. Okay, it's not patrolling, it's actually just going back with the army. But anyway, he was still checking for that over there. Yeah, Protoss is happily mining here off 4 bases at the moment. One of them isn't quite fully saturated, that mineral base at the top there. But yeah, okay, Zerg is sending a couple Zerglings over here now, and he is going to see these bases that he didn't know about before. So now that's probably like the uh-oh moment, like, oh no, what can I do? I got to do something now, right?
Yes,
I can't let Protoss have this.
I just can't believe how passive this game is. I've never seen like a PvZ where just both players just expand and no base is getting denied and all expenses are just going up. Look, we have the whole map is taken except this one single base there at like this center 12 o'clock base. That's the only base that is not taken. All the other bases are taken. That's so rare to see in a PvZ, I think.
Yeah, it feels like, almost like a PvT in the sense that they are just kind of both macroing up and not really engaging too much, you know? Yeah. We have had a few small attacks and skirmishes here and there, but for the most part, they're just both expanding. And in this case, it's going to favor Protoss. Like, he's got more than half the map. He's going to be able to secure more than half the map here. And if it's on the Zerg to do something, if the Zerg doesn't do anything and just lets Protoss do this, Protoss is going to win the game. So.
Okay, we see Oystein approaching that bottom base here of the Zerg. Only 3 lurkers and 1 Hydra here for defense. Does he even know about this? Yeah, okay, he's going there now. And I don't think Zerg can defend. He needs to go through this tight choke, and there's so many storms, so many Templars.
I really want to know what these Arbiters are for. Like, is he gonna recall into the main after this and kill off some of the tech? Is it just like to stasis a big army when it comes in? Like, we haven't seen them do anything except for obviously their cloak ability on the units, but what are they for? They have all this energy now banked up too. Like, they're all on full energy, it looks like. Okay, 2 of them are anyway.
Yeah, I don't really understand. If you add some Corsairs, I can see this working, because if the Zerg just has some overlords there in the fight and he's not actively controlling them, the Corsairs will just shoot them then, and they fly away automatically if you don't like move them manually again. So in that case, I think it can work. But yeah, we don't see that here, so I'm not sure what the arbiters are for.
I want to see some spell being cast, like something to say this is what the arbs were gotten, or why they were gotten. I don't even know if he upgraded any spells. We did see him get stasis last game, but he didn't use it. Alright, couple of nice storms going down here. Okay, there is the stasis coming out. Freezing 5 Hydralisks.
Yeah, and Oystein, oh man, he has so many High Templars here, he can't lose his army just like this. He needs to go back before he loses too many units, I think. If he loses all those High Templars, it's very, very damaging. But I mean, he still has those top bases, so I mean, he can lose some units and he's still fine.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest fight for him, like you said. We actually see Zerg pulled ahead in supply there for a little bit. They're back to even, but... And we can't forget, like, a lot of the supply, we got 3 arbiters, we got shuttles, we got a lot more probes than Zerg. So in retrospect, Zerg army is a lot bigger than the Protoss army at the moment.
Yes.
Do have a drop coming in here at 12 o'clock as well.
Yeah, and 3 cannons will not kill this, but the Reavers... Oh no, there's just an empty shuttle. But the army is trying to come back. Goons are not getting through, High Templars also having a hard time, but the Zealots will be enough.
Yeah. So he will hold on to that Nexus for the time being. I don't know, like, why Zerg should be using his army, especially because he had that, like, advantage there for a little bit. He could have dropped a little bit more, killed that base, or maybe saw, okay, Protoss army's at the top, I should go attack somewhere else. And we're actually going to see this now. He's making a beeline straight for the main. I don't know if this is necessarily the best choice. Sorry, go ahead.
I think this is the last chance. I mean, this looks to be the last real attack. If that fails, I think Oystein has basically won the game. But if he can kill this natural and all the gateways, that could really be an interesting game.
Yeah, we did see that's kind of how he won last game, was, you know, stopping all the production from Protoss. But in this game, Protoss can quickly throw down some more gates in this second main base. If I were on the Protoss side, I would be starting to throw some more gateways down right now in this other base. He's got 2 coming up, but you're going to need a few more than that. And remake your tech there as well, you know. Put down that Templar Archives right now. Put down your core. Put down everything you're going to need. Just throw that down in these bases right now. So you don't get into a situation like last game where you lost all your production, couldn't make anything for a while, and then Zerg won that way.
I can't believe this game. It's like a 5-base Zerg with basically killing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 base Protoss.
It's almost like the opposite of what you would expect.
Yeah.
You'd expect like a 5-base Protoss killing an 8-base Zerg or something, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Protoss still has a decent army out here on the map, but Zerg is killing everything. Now, the bases, I will say the bases that Zerg is killing aren't that important to Protoss. Losing the tech and gateways was definitely important, was big. Like, he did manage to get that Templar Archives down in his main, but he can't make any more units at the moment. He's got 3 gateways, but he's also supply blocked. His army is still quite scary though, so...
Yeah, but if we take a look at the supply, I think P-Tech will defeat this army at some point. But can the Arbiters do anything? Where's the first Arbiter spell? There we go! There's the stasis. But
getting a few Lings and Hydras.
Oh, look at this reinforcements.
Yeah. Oh, that's just so much Zerg.
Yeah, there's just no way Oystein can win this fight. And with that, I think the game is pretty much over. The 5-base Zerg defeats the 8-base Protoss. What can we say? I mean, this game is not over. Oystein still has his top bases, and he's still he's just now making more gateways. I think it was it's too late now. You said it earlier that he should already start making gates when he noticed the Zerg attacking his natural. But he didn't do that. He only has 3 gateways, and you can see the minerals. They are so high. He can just not make an army right now, and that enables P-Tech to kill all the bases on the map in the meantime.
Yeah. Well, is this over though? Like P-Tech is almost out of mining. He barely has enough minerals to even make units now. Like his mineral only has 3 patches that are about to mine out, and his pseudo low ground third high whatever base is about to mine out. So he's about to have no mining. Whereas Protoss is still mining on 4 bases here. So yeah, Zerg is going to set up at a new base in the bottom left here. But can he make enough units to break Protoss before Protoss can remake his army? Zerg does have like a 60, 70 supply lead here. But he needs to make something happen quickly because, yeah, he's got no mining. Look at this. It's such a weird game. Okay, he's going to go for a drop, it looks like.
Where is the drop? I don't see the overlords loading up.
He just outside the natural, he loaded up a bunch of OVs.
Ah, okay. Ah, there I see them, yeah.
And
oh, this could be a wasteful attack for P-Tech, running into all those cannons in this small ramp. He should maybe just drop us as well here instead of just running into it. But I think it will be still enough. He just has so much more supply, and now the drop is coming in. Let's see.
there's a lot of Zealots and a few Templars here. They do not quite have Storm. Okay, he's going to turn around with the drop. Zerg is going to manage to be able to take this base out, but Protoss is still going to be mining off of 3 bases here. And Zerg is literally not mining anything at the moment. He's long distance mining, sorry, with a bunch of drones. That's the only mining he's got going on for him.
Yeah, and this long mining mineral block is now also gone, so... Yeah, he has this base going up. It's now finished at the bottom, so he can transfer all his drones there and get some mining in there. This is a super interesting game. So the whole map is basically cleared from Protoss now, except this top position and the mineral only. Yeah, I think P-Tech has just the army to just take more bases now and still win the game probably.
Yeah, he is taking that other pseudo high ground base just below the Protoss new main base there. Okay, he is finally starting to mine again. Is that going to be enough? Like, Protoss has a bank and he's got most of the bases left on the map here. Okay, Zerg is going to try and bust this mineral only, but it's not a super important position. Like, Protoss has mined out most of this now. He is going to come and try and save it though. Will he be able to? A couple of nice storms. Yeah, the first one was really nice. I think he's going to lose the base, but Zerg is going to lose most of his army here.
I'm not so sure. There are many High Templars, but if you have no more Zealots, then the High Templars will all die.
Yeah.
Oh, are there no observers? Oh my god, there are no observers. Is there no robotics?
Yeah,
There's
he's
no
building
robotics.
it now.
I can't believe it.
He's building 2 of them actually in this natural. He does have the observatory, but...
Little drop coming with 1 Reaver on the left side. But looking for drones mining, but he can't find any.
He's like, how does this guy have money? He's not even mining.
Oh,
he's gonna run into some Scourges. Oh, barely misses those.
Oh, he's actually finding the base. Wow, where are the Scourges? Where are the units? Where is the retreatment of the drone?
He set those drones out to just get hit by the...
Well,
yeah. This is kind of funny. We got a Templar Zealot stuck in there at that top base where there's a lurker there too. Either one of them could kill the other. They can't. They don't have vision.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, he's transferring a bunch more drones. He's only on 42 minerals. Okay, he's taking that old base of Protoss's. There's not a ton of minerals left there, but every little bit counts at this point, I suppose. I mean, if Protoss can deny this base, this pseudo high ground base here below his main, I don't know if Zerg can win. Like, this is just so close. Protoss still has a lot of money.
Yeah, I think with all the money, the resources that Oystein mined earlier that he couldn't spend earlier, he now is slowly spending them and is actually growing his army bigger than P-Tech can handle. Oh, is this the last attack here? Let's see.
It's weird. It looked like, I mean, P-Tech was gonna win this game there for a while. It was kind of back and forth, but I think Protoss has got this. You know, I think he's gonna force the game 3.
Yeah, looks like it. There's a cannon helping from the main base here.
That's nice.
Yeah, this time there's an observer, so Oystein is winning this fight. Barely, but he's still winning it, and I think P-Tech has like nothing left. He has 1 base mining against 2 bases, and that's just not good for a Zerg player. 1 base against 2 base, not going well. But he has taken the right base, but he just doesn't have enough drones at this point, I think.
Yeah, there's not very many minerals there. I mean, he could definitely be mining that, helping his economy, but Protoss still has a little bit of a bank, and his army is looking pretty good compared to Zerg's anyway. I mean, we can see he's about twice the supply here. And he's going to go ahead and push this bottom base, and I think that's going to spell the end for Zerg. Like, he can't defend this base, and yeah, he knows it too. He just taps out.
Yeah,
very close
GG.
game there.
Crazy game, and both players just expanding. Oystein expanding more, and P-Tech just sitting on his 3 bases for hours, and then taking 2 more, and then sitting there again until he has 3-3 and max out army almost. It's so funny.
Yeah, like we can even see the Protoss way outmined the Zerg in this game, and I guess that's at the end. That's what got him the win, even though it looked like he was about to.
Yeah. So before we go into the next game, I want to do a quick check here with the chat. Is the stream still lagging? I mean, the game was a bit better than the end of the first game, I would say, lag-wise. But I'm not sure about the stream. My streaming software is still showing a lot of dropped frames.
Yeah, I do hear robot voice every once in a while, but it's better than it was.
Okay, so yeah, the only last thing I could do is restarting my router, but then I would need to close the stream again for a while. So, is there anyone in the chat who can give some feedback, please? I will host the next game in the meantime.
Alright.
Okay. So the map of the third game is La Mancha. Yeah, since
I'm seeing.
I don't see any lagging comments. I don't see other comments about it, but I guess we'll just go with the third game here and see what happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw 1 red on you when I joined the game here, but now it's up to 4 green, so it might just be like slowly cutting in and out a little bit, slightly bad connection or something.
Yeah, it's looked like it's just going up and down. Sometimes I see my bitrate going up, and then it drops to 0 for a few seconds.
Yeah,
not looking good, but I'm not sure what I can do except restarting the router, really.
Well, I guess we can try this game, and if we still have problems, maybe try that after the game. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. So let's start. Yeah, guys. There's another question in the chat. Is this losers final, or how far are we? This is actually the first series still. We had some technical difficulties, sadly. Had to stop the stream for a second there to hopefully fix some issues, but it looks like it's still very laggy here. So if you guys can give some feedback, that would be appreciated. Maybe I gotta reset.
Yeah, even the game is starting a bit slow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the game started a bit slow here, so.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. This has no point, right? Yeah. It's just too laggy.
It seems our players have something wrong with their connection too.
Okay, now it's good again in the game. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, players having a lot of connection problems as well. Yeah, anyways, so let's just try this game and see what we can do after the game. So, in the top right of the map La Mancha, we have our third player, P-Tech.
Alright, and in the bottom right we have our tan Protoss, Oystein. So similar colors and on an orange map. We can shift tab, so that might make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, so yeah. You got our blue Protoss Oystein now then. And so far these two have had pretty long games, I'll say. Like, they both seem to be more passive, macro, defensive style players, which generally leads to longer games. I wouldn't mind seeing someone mix it up. We'll have to see how this game goes. So far, I mean, we're looking pretty standard. We actually see one thing I do notice differently this game is Oystein is actually probe scouting off of his pylon. So it is a 4-player map, so that's kind of what we guess. So it looks like it's a 2 or 3-player map. He might scout after Forge. 4-player map, he's scouting after pylon here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess it's because it's a 4-player map. Will at the Forge. Oh, very far outside actually. That's a interesting position. So if there if there's a big Hydra push coming, he could just have a very good concave against maybe 5 cannons that can fit behind the Forge from top to bottom. Yeah, but so far we have not seen that for P-Tech. He was going for some Hydras, but he never really committed and then got some more drones behind it.
Yeah, so we actually had the double scout coming out from Oystein this time as well. He is going to see, he's sending that other probe home having seen that Overlord. So he's going to see that this is a 12 hatch, or maybe, I guess it was actually an 11 hatch, and should be fairly comfortable taking his Nexus here before needing any cannons.
Okay. Yeah, we got some info now. There are some lag spikes, but nothing too bad. So, for the most part, it was smooth. Okay, so yeah, so that's good to hear. I was a bit worried about the number of dropped frames in my streaming software, but if it's still okay for you guys, I think we'll just continue. The game is quite fine as well right now, so thanks for the feedback.
Yeah. Oh. It has its moments, but yeah. So we noticed he tried to steal the gas again.
Yeah.
But this time Protoss actually got it in time. So is that a win for Oystein here? Like, this is the first time he's actually going to have his gas in time. Maybe he can make something happen and, you know, punish P-Tac a little bit earlier and have a quick ending to this game or something. Still both players complaining about the lag. So.
Yeah. So yeah, I know what's going on here. There's just a bigger delay. I'm dropping some frames, but my software is like evening it out with adding more delay, so that's why there was no feedback when I asked the first time. So there's a bigger delay than usual. Usually it's only like 3 seconds. Now it looks to be like
2 minutes.
30 seconds or so, 2 minutes, yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the stream right now and I have it like in-game time is like 2 minutes from where we actually are. So I think it's quite a bit delayed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's continue. So there is the Nexus going up, 1 cannon, all fine. Third base going up is also scouted by Oystein, so yeah, pretty standard. Doesn't look like P-Tech wants to go for an aggressive play. This time it's actually a different build, right? He got the 2 evolution chambers earlier, last 2 games. Now he's getting a lair.
Yeah, he got that gas a little bit earlier as well. Looks like the game's actually catching up, so I don't know if it's jumping on stream because it caught up like a minute. But anyway, yeah. So maybe he does this, or that build he did is he only does it when he steals Protost's gas. So maybe that's like a reaction. He's like, oh, I didn't get Protost's gas this game, so I'm just gonna play more standard or something. You know, or maybe because he lost last game, he's like, okay, it's time to mix things up. I'm gonna try something a little bit more standard. It's game 3, you know, I don't want to go into the losers bracket. So
Yeah, could be. So will we see the Spire here? Yes, there is. So yeah, that's interesting. So how will Oystein react? Will he scout this in time? I think the Stargate will be in time to scout the Spire, so he will not be surprised by Mutalisk if he makes his call there right away.
yeah, Stargate just about to finish up here, but he has full scouting information, as we know too. This probe is still alive, checking everything out. Saw that the Spire was building. Don't know if he noticed if there was no second gas there or not, but he's gonna send that probe home now, feeling pretty confident he knows what he's up against.
Okay, the core there is halfway done. The Spire is 2/3 done. Yeah, but he will scout it in time if he actually flies to the Zerg main instantly. If he just goes to shoot the Overlord in front of his natural, for example, that can backfire. That can mean that the Mutalisks arrive before the core is actually here. But yeah, maybe he's just not getting Mutalisks, we'll see. He has 500 gas.
Yeah, so he definitely has the option to make those 5 mutas if he wants. Spire just finishing. He is going to go for that Overlord. Will he make the mutas? Doesn't look like it. He's just going to continue to make some drones, a couple more lings, and settle in for possibly a macro game here.
Yeah, and so Oystein decided to go for that Overlord, but he also got a second core there and the cannon in the main base. So despite not scouting Zerg immediately, but going for the Overlord, he still was rather safe. I mean, his natural min line is completely undefended, so if P-Tech would really commit to many mutas, it would be a bit dangerous, but overall, I guess it's fine if you get the cannon in the main base and another core there.
Did I miss something? Like, did he lose some zealots or something? I'm just noticing that Oystein has 0 zealots at this point in time. Did he send a few out that just got killed, or did he just hasn't made any yet? Like, is this his first one about to finish right now?
I saw one earlier, but
okay.
there's something in the chat here. You missed some suboptimal play, so... Oh my god, now here's the Zealot getting surrounded by 5 Zerglings, and... Yeah, I guess he really lost his Zealots to Zerglings, so... Not really optimal here. And there are a lot of Zerglings coming. They have speed and 9 Mutalisks now. 9 Mutalisks.
Okay. Yeah, because like +1 and leg speed is done, but there's literally 0 zealots to do anything with that +1 and leg speed. Lings are coming in to dive on these cannons. It looks like they will pick off both cannons. Another one trying to be thrown down, almost gets picked off, but he managed to save that.
There are some additional zealots here from the 3 gates in the bottom.
His Corsair is attacking himself, or attacking the other Corsair.
Nice. That will surely help the Mutalisks when they come.
Yeah, okay, he does notice that before it dies, but he does do a lot of damage to his buddy there. Killing half his Corsair friend, but he's going to throw down a couple more cannons here. I don't know if he's going to have enough. He's still producing these Corsairs. Where's the cores? Does he have +1 on them? He doesn't have +1, so these Mutalisks could still do a lot of damage if they dive in here quickly.
Yeah, again, there are no cannons in the mineral line in the natural. Surely he has some more Corsairs now, but if the Scourges are good and they kill most of them, there's no cannon support, so the Mutalisks are free to kill a lot of probes there. But first we have to take a look at the Zealots here attacking the 3rd base very soon.
Yeah, 4 zealots, 5 zealots, 6, 7 zealots now actually, a few more coming up. It's not going to be too scary here for a Zerg player. He's got plenty of Mutalisks to deal with this and a few Zerglings to buffer for them as well. And yeah, he's just going to run away with these zealots. And what does Protoss have back at home? Protoss is actually looks like he's gearing up to take a third base. I don't know if that's necessarily the best choice here. Like these mutas will be able to deny it. He's only sitting on 4 Corsairs at the moment, and they don't even have +1. He did just now actually start +1 for the Corsairs, but that's not going to be a long time before that's done.
And now we have a little attack here against 3 cannons and 4 Corsairs. I'm not sure if that's the right idea, but yeah, he's retreating and didn't really accomplish a whole lot, losing a lot of Mutalisks there.
And taking a lot of damage on some other ones. So Oystein's alright for now. He's going to throw down a couple more gateways, going up to 6 gateways now. Pretty standard looking stuff for Protoss. His Storm is just about to finish up, so he will have Storm available now. More Mutalisks, it looks like, are being added in from Zerg as well. He's going to commit heavily to this Mutalisk play. He does have that +1 carapace on them, so they do have a little more survivability here. Just going to fly around, maybe check for a third base, and find a probe sitting there, possibly. Yeah, he's just going to hang out there, maybe.
In the first 2 games, we saw Oystein attack expanding very quickly, and PTech not really doing anything about that. And now I hope that PTech actually scouts every expansion that Oystein wants to take, and he did that here in this case. So maybe he can break this. He has a lot of Scourges, so he could kill the Corsairs, but there's 1 Archon. But I think the Mutalist would win this fight if the Scourges actually kill the Corsair.
Yeah, you still want to get a good spread on that Archon. Like, you don't want your mutas to be all bunched up. Where he's actually going to go in for a dive-in on the cannons and Templar here at the front. Protoss is going to have to pull back. That's a lot of Mutalisks here.
Oh.
Manages to kill all those cannons. 1 Storm going down, but it misses most of the Mutalisks. Alright, Archon getting a couple of hits. Corsairs getting a few hits as well. And he's just going to back out. Like, that looked like it was going to do a lot, but I don't think it actually did very much. Yes, he killed those cannons and a couple of units, but he didn't really lose a lot of probes.
Yeah.
And he didn't really lose anything, any army, right? He didn't trade out too well.
So there were 5 Scourges hitting a single Corsair that was already half HP. So I'm not sure PTech is really not doing the damage he needs, I think. Now he can maybe deny the third. That would be very nice. And the army of Oystein is pretty out of position. So if he can really deny this Nexus, that would be very nice. No cancel, so he might get it.
Yeah, that's a lot of mutas committing to it. Okay, he's going to back up with the Corsairs flying in here, so he will hold that for now. One thing I'm noticing is Zerg seems pretty low on drones. He has added in a few more now, up to 35, but he was sitting under 30 there for quite a while. Whereas Protoss is sitting on 3 bases now and almost up to 60 probes. So Zerg's looking really scared. Like, look at his natural. He's put down 6 sunken colonies here. He's even got another 2 creeps that he could morph. Like, he's even going to take a sneaky 4th base here in the bottom left, so he's definitely not feeling like he's in a great spot at the moment.
Oh, the Archon, no! No, the Archon did so much damage.
Yeah. It didn't quite hit the main clump of mutas, so he is going to kill all these cannons once again, and maybe a few probes, but the Corsairs are coming in now. And, okay, he's going to target down these Corsairs. If he can kill all the anti-air, then these mutas can get a lot of damage done. He is killing a lot of probes. Well, maybe not as many as I thought, but he is killing a few probes. Archon gets a nice couple hits. Storm's going down. This is crazy. Yeah.
Oh
Another
my
nice
God,
Storm going down.
Wow. Yeah, Oystein really run his units in a line. The Corsairs were not with the Archons and the High Templars. Everything like came after each other, nothing together for Oystein, always in a line, and the Mutalisks were able to kill all the Corsairs before all the Storms and Archons even arrived. So that was a very good attack by PTech.
Yeah, well, this was all going on. Oystein sent like a control group and a half of Zealots up to the top left, expecting a base to be there, not finding anything, however. Now he's going to go after that 3rd base, and what does PTAC have to defend? Yes, he's got these few mutas, but they're over here at Protoss's main, again, still killing probes. He doesn't really have anything to defend these Zealots. 4 are coming in, with the rest now coming in. I think he's going to be able to kill this base and set Zerg back.
Yes, I think so. There's another base for Zerg going up in the bottom left, but that could go unscouted, to be honest. And maybe he can just mine some additional gas there and get more Mutalists. That could be enough for him to win the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So that third base from Zerg is going down now. Mutalists are flying into a bunch of cannons. I don't know if there's enough here to really take on these cannons. I mean, okay, there should be enough to kill him, but he's going to lose a lot of Mutalists in the process.
Yeah.
And
I
so
mean,
I don't really know if that's worth it, you know, trading Mutalisks for buildings.
Oh, I just checked the upgrades when he was attacking the cannons, and it was 1 armor and 0 attack, and right when he flew away, the attack upgrade finishes. So, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think armor upgrades don't actually matter against static defense. I think static defense is always doing the max, like the normal damage. So the carapace upgrade of the Mutalist don't help them against cannons, so it didn't look very good there in that fight.
Okay, he's trying to dive in on the natural with these meters again, but the bottom left base has been found. A control group worth of zealots is going to come in here and kill this. That's going to push Zerg right back down to 2 bases. Protoss still sitting on 3. I'm worried for our Zerg player here. I think Protoss is about to win this. Zerg's trying to retake 12 o'clock here, but 6, 7 zealots flooding in there are going to be able to take that out as well. And what does Zerg have? All he really has is a bunch of Sunkens and a control group and a half worth of mutas.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he's complaining about the lag again. I think he knows his time in this game is limited now.
Well, no more lag for us, by the way. I see no drop frames anymore, so the stream should be very nice now, but it looks like the players had some lag here. Oystein is in Norway and P-Tech is in Croatia, so they're both in Europe, not too far away, so I really wonder why they have so much lag, but that's how it is, I guess. And yeah, I don't see any way for P-Tech to come back in this. It's 2 base against 3 base. Again, he did not manage to deny the fast third base of Oystein, even if he tried.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't mean that he's going to be eliminated. He's just going to be going into the losers bracket, so he still has a chance to advance from his group. But like we said, we can see now Protoss is almost double supply. He's got a bunch of Archons, he's got a few Templars, a bunch of Zealots. Like, he's throwing down more Sunkens. Like, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Sunkens.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he feels he needs that to survive, but what is his plan from here? There's no way he's ever going to be able to secure a third base, so all Protoss has to do is just out Zerg to mine out. There's no way Zerg can ever get another base.
Yeah, very weird. Yeah, I don't know. Even if he kills all the probes here, the natural, there are 2 more bases for Oystein. Now the quarters are coming back. And I think that's it.
Archon. Yeah, Archon just doing so much damage. The Corsair's just doing so much damage to these Mutalisks. He's just gonna lose them all and leave the game. So, our Protoss player, or race picker Oystein, has come back and managed to win this 2-1 after dropping the first game.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so now that I said that, the lag has started again on the stream. Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, it has gotten better. It's just like slowly getting better or something. Every game gets a little bit better. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, some comments in the chat here. The quality is too high, but I already lowered the quality in the last break. It's only on 4 Mbit now, and should not be too much. It's just, it looks like my connection is going up and down. It just drops to 0, and it doesn't matter how much quality I output. If it's 0, it's not outputting anything for a little while. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now it looks definitely better than before, so I would say let's just continue and hope it gets better again.
Fingers crossed. But hey, that was our first best of 3, so we get to move on to the next one, which will be Striker from NAS Clan and DM Tech, who we've casted before. Both pretty strong, another ZVP. So
Yes.
I'm looking forward to see what these guys can do.
So I'm fixing the overlay here for the next game, and then we jump into it. Striker against Tech.
Yeah, these two were my predictions for making it out of this group, but like because they have to play each other first, that makes it harder because one of them's definitely gonna have to go to the losers bracket. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm going for Striker and Oystein. I mean, easier for me now because Oystein already won the first best of 3, I guess, but still. I mean, those were the two players that also won their group 2-0 in the round of 32,
That's
so
true.
maybe. Let's see. Okay, we will go into the game. It's loaded up, the overlay is correct, and the map is again Monte Cristo for the first game of the best of 3. So this is our second series of the night, and here we go. So in the top left we have our blue Protoss player. It is DM Tech.
Alright, and in the bottom right we have our red Zerg Striker 17. aka Striker Nas, the American Zerg. Up and coming Zerg for sure. He's steadily been improving. He did play in RCG the other day, I believe. I'm not sure how well he did precisely. I missed a lot of those games as I was doing CPL stuff, but yeah, just even playing in there and taking some games just shows what kind of a caliber player he is.
Yep.
And oh, okay. I just noticed this now. We have a probe on the map.
We have some early aggression after the two very long games in the beginning, very passive games. We have the aggression picking up immediately in this game. That's a nice change here. So what will he do? Will he commit to 2 gates, or will it maybe just be 1 for harassment? Usually that's only seen against Protoss or Terran. I think against Zerg it's usually 2 gate.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What is Striker going to do? Okay, he is going to do an overpool here. We saw 12 hatch, I believe, or maybe actually it was 11 hatch here earlier. So he is going to be able to get those lings out a little bit quicker. But will he know this is coming in time?
He's so far not sending out a drone to scout, so it does not look like he will scout it anytime soon. And the second gate is going up right now. It will be very micro intensive. Both players need to be their best at controlling their units.
Yeah, he's not sending that probe into scout. Okay, he is gonna leave his gateways now. I wonder if it's like a timing thing. He's like, okay, if I would just forge scouting, it would get here at this time or something. So he was like, okay, I need to wait a few seconds before sending that scout in, just to not raise suspicion of Striker. Like, hey, this probe is coming in at a weird timing. What is he doing? You know. So this looks like he may have worked. Like, Striker is only making 2 Zerglings. So this could definitely do some damage, I would say. I'm a little bit worried for Striker.
Yes, yeah, if you don't drone scout, it's... Yeah, you see it really late, and that can totally backfire. The Overlord just now approaching the choke of the natural, and now he will know, okay, something is weird here. But will he make more Zerglings immediately, or will he just think it's like a 1 base play? 1 base inside of his base.
Yeah, this could still easily just be in base 2 gate, he doesn't know. Or even 1 base tech. I wouldn't necessarily go for a 1 base tech here because it's such a wide open, even like a 2 gate in main, it's such a wide open choke. It could be hard to defend. But yeah, he even canceled, okay, he canceled the hatchery, he knows what's up. He's pulling that drone back. He's getting a sunken colony in his main. Is this going to be enough? Zerglings are hatching. Second hatchery in the main. It's all going to come down to some control now. Will he be able to defend this?
Oh, probe killing a drone on the right. I think it's enough. The sunken is up now. I think he can just make Zerglings all the time now, and it could be enough. What the Protoss can do, he could either just fully commit and try to kill the Zerg. He could also just like blocks a choke, but there's no really choke to block here on this map. But he could just like continue to expand and macro behind. Or he could also commit and just target the drones. So he has multiple options here. We'll see what he will do.
There is a Zergling on the other side of the map. I thought maybe he was going to send that in to try and kill some probes or something. But it's just hanging out here. He started to send it back and then send it back towards Protos's base. How many zealots are we up to now? Looks like we got 6 zealots. More being produced. Probe out there to maybe take a natural expansion behind this. He's going to try and commit in here. Will this be successful? There's not a lot of lings. It's still only one sunken.
Oh, and even if he defends this, so many drones are going to die.
Yeah. Sunken goes down, and with this, I think DM Tech is just going to take this game.
Yes, it looks like it. Yeah. Yeah,
So,
game is pretty
bit
much
unfortunate.
over now.
Yep.
So did he really make Zerglings all the time, or did he get some additional drones? It felt like usually with 2 hedge and the sunken you should be able to defend 2 gate, but I guess not.
Alright, well, quick win there from Tech. Pulling out the cheese for game 1.
And we go right into the next game. Pretty nice of the players to play some quick games here so we can catch up in schedule.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get another 2 gate. I don't know. We'll see what the map is. I can't see because it's not loading.
But again. So Neo-Sylphid, yeah, both players, the players of both series choosing Neo-Sylphid here as the second map. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the map most players are most comfortable on in this map pool. Lends itself to pretty solid macro games. You know, it's like I said before, it's one of the most played maps now. So both players should feel very comfortable and confident on this map. And I probably wouldn't expect super aggressive cheese, but who knows? Maybe he'll try something again.
Yes. So let's introduce the players here. So here on the left side of Neo-Sylphid, we have our blue Protoss. Being ahead 1-0 in this series, it is DM Tech.
And on the right-hand side, we have our red Zerg Striker, who needs to win this game to force a best of 3 if he wants to move on to the winners final.
Okay, so we don't see a Zerg probe leaving the base early this time, so I guess he will play a more normal game. Overlord scouting in the wrong direction. Or, well, not wrong. That's difficult. He's just
Proper
unlucky of the position. Yeah, it's definitely the correct way to scout, because you want to send the Overlord to the position where the natural is the closest to your base. So he's definitely scouting the correct way, but he's just unlucky that the Protoss is in the other position.
Alright, so we're going to have a gateway expand, it looks like, coming out from Tech. I'm a little bit interested on this placement. Like, normally I would see the pylon placed against the bottom here, against the terrain, the wall, and then build your wall upwards. This way is going to leave like quite a large gap. Like, I was wondering, maybe is he going to do a forward 2 gate or something, just because he placed the pylon back. But it looks like it's just 1 gate, and he still has room for that forge underneath. So he's just going to have a much larger gap.
Yeah, it is quite large. Maybe I think it was it actually Tech himself? I mean, we casted every Thursday so far for the GosuLeague, and I remember we casted some Protoss who was doing it the same way as well, and then he added like his 3rd pylon in the wall later on. And it could have been Tech actually.
Yeah.
So maybe he will do the same.
Yeah, it might have been. I want to say it was someone else, but maybe it was Tech. We'll see if he throws a pylon above there. Like, there's definitely room. He could throw a pylon up there to make that choke a little bit smaller. But Striker is going to see this now. He's going to see, okay, this is gateway first. Just 1 gateway, and we'll see how he responds. Probably get a few lings and take his expansion here as well.
Yep. No block here for Tech on the expansion. So Striker is just getting it. He's also getting the gas now. Pretty normal timing, I would say. Yeah, and everything normal except a bit of lag again.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hopefully
Okay,
it
now
settles
it's fine.
down.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here for either player. He's got that drone following that zealot. Maybe he'll get a couple hits off, or he's just going to send it back. It looks like. These first two lings are actually going to go around. Maybe going to try and pick off a few probes or slow down the nexus or something. Probably feeling confident in his ability to defend this first zealot here. And we do have the nexus being thrown down after two zealots.
Yeah, so that means the two Zerglings will definitely get into the main. He is fine in the main base. The zealot is in a nice position, but so far it's not doing any damage to Striker, so I guess you can just leave it there for a moment here and just concentrate on his two Zerglings in the Poro space.
Yeah, he may be able to get a surround on this second zealot, and if he can pick that off, that would be very nice for him. Looks like he's not going to be able to get it just now. He's going to stun that zealot somewhere else in a tight little spot. But just having these zealots on the map kind of forces Zerg to be a little bit more defensive and say, okay, I can't commit everything I've got to your base because then these zealots are coming and kill all my drones. But yeah, 4 more Zerglings running across here.
Yeah,
still no cannon or block. Yeah. Okay, there is one zealot, but yeah, this could actually do a lot of damage. There's only one zealot here. Striker is going to target that cannon. Will he be able to get it?
I think he will. Well, if he committed, he would, but... yeah, so many probes not mining, so if Striker can keep this up a little while and not lose his Zerglings, that's very nice for him. Are there more Zerglings coming? It does not look like that's the case. Drones
he did pick up
the X. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he did pick off a couple of probes there. Zergling speed just finished now as well, so he should be able to keep these lings alive for quite a while. That cannon is going to get up, however. So he's going to be fine against maybe any more lings coming in. There's still one zealot in the mineral line here of Striker that's just now being taken out from the last few lings at his base.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so overall I think the zealots did not really do a lot of damage, but the Zerglings are still alive here in the base. They're still killing probes, so overall I would definitely give the advantage here to Striker.
Yeah. 3 Zerglings still just being annoying, gonna start attacking this gas, maybe get a cancel. I mean, if he can get a cancel now, that's huge. Zealot is gonna come in, so the gas is gonna finish. And that Zealot is just going to chase these Zerglings around. We'll see how long he can keep them alive for. Oh, nice little probe pull to block in that Zergling. Very nice.
Oh, nice.
So he kills that off. Yeah, that was actually a really good defense of those Zerglings. I thought they were going to get a lot more done and, you know, do a lot more to tech, slow them down. So, yeah, things are going to stabilize here for both players where you don't have any lair tech or anything coming out for Striker. Not even mining any more gas. Just sending some probes back, or drones back. Mine some gas. Has a 4th hatchery, so this looks like he's probably going to go into some kind of like a 4 or 5 hatch Hydralisk play on 3 base here.
Yeah, that looks like that's the case. But now the Zealots are actually moving out again. If you go for that gateway first opening and you make Zealots all the time, you have the opportunity as a Protoss to really pressure the Zerg all the time, interrupt his macro flow, interrupt his drone production all the time. So that's a very nice tool, but you always want to make sure that you're not losing the zealots without doing any damage to drones. So either you have enough to kill some drones or you just go back and you already did a lot of damage by forcing some Zerglings.
Yep. So he is going to commit in here with some zealots. A lot of Zerglings have been made. Nice control, pulling back those injured zealots. He does pick off one. Is he going to get these drones?
I mean, he's in a good position here. He's trading well, and he got a drone, he interrupted some mining. So overall, I would say fine trade.
Yeah. So Striker does clean up those Zealots, only losing one drone. Still pretty nice move from DM Tech, forcing all those extra Zerglings, slowing down Zerg economy. But he has gone back into producing some drones, and he's actually starting to add in some Hydralisks with Hydralisk speed now as well, and his lair is just about done.
Yeah, yeah, I think we are transitioning into a pretty normal game here. There was some zealots in the beginning, some zerglings getting into the main base, but overall both players did fine enough, and both players are going into a normal game now. First score there will come out soon and scout everything that the Zerg has. And yeah, as you already said, Striker looks to be going for that 6-hedge Hydra play. Or 5-hedge so far.
Yep, still saturating his third base a little bit more. But he has started that Hydra production, like we said. We have a few coming across the map. Maybe you're going to look to try and pick off the Forge or Gateway. If he could pick off that Forge before +1 was finished, that would be pretty nice for him. Leaving a few behind at home, just, you know, to deal with that Corsair, not wanting to lose a bunch of Overlords for free.
Yeah, that is nice, picking off that one Gateway. Maybe he... if he concentrated on the Forge, maybe he could have denied the +1, but he's going for the Gateway.
Yeah.
Can he get the Forge anyways? I don't think so, it's just too late. If he went for the Forge first, maybe he could have gotten it.
Yeah, it's very close to finishing now. He's got a few more. We can see Tech adding in some cannons behind, feeling a little bit scared of a possible attempt to bust in. I don't know if Striker is quite enough, but it's close, so yeah. Adding those extra cannons, he'll definitely be safe with those cannons warping in now. And what do we have? A drone stuck on an egg? Okay, he's going to go to mining now. On the Zerg side, range isn't done yet for the Hydras, so...
Yeah.
Unable to pick off that Forge just yet.
Okay, so what about the Zealot speed? Is it already done? I don't see it researching, so... That's kinda weird.
I assume it must be done then, right?
Yeah, okay, it's done.
Okay,
it's
yeah,
done.
it is. Okay.
But can he move out? I think he has enough, with the +1 upgrade, he has enough Zealots that he can actually push out. The Hydra numbers are not too big right now. But of course, now Striker will produce more Hydras, so I don't think Tech can really do any damage to the economy, but he can force Striker to make some more Hydras instead of drones. It's always very useful against Zerg.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the Zerg side, he is adding down another macro hatch at his third base and taking a fourth base at the same time, so going up to 7 hatcheries here. And he has a very strong number of Hydras. He could actually fight off some of these Zealots, and yeah. DM Tech, realizing he doesn't want to take that fight, is going to back out and go home with all his Zealots. Well, his first Templar are getting out onto the map and getting enough energy for Storm.
I just realized the worker counts are pretty similar, and Tech is not really making any more workers right now for the last 2 minutes or so at least, so I'm not sure if he just forgetting about it or if he wants to go for a very big attack. He has a lot of gateways now, maybe he wants to go for like a big 2-base attack here.
Yeah, that's kind of what this looks like to me. Storm isn't quite done. Okay, he does have enough for Storm now. So there was a small window that maybe Striker could have pushed in there. He did poke a little bit, get some damage on those Zealots, but, you know, for now, both players are just fine, happily macroing up. Fourth base is now done for Striker, and he's transferring a bunch of drones there.
Yeah.
And going to get his eco going there quite nicely as well. Is there any more additional tech coming out from either player? Looks like we're getting missile upgrades for the Hydralisks now, or attack upgrades, I should say, sorry. And yeah, so that looks like he's probably going to want to stay on mostly a Hydra type style of play.
Yes,
maybe
and
a few
with that
lurkers as well.
economy, more workers than the Protoss and 4 bases up, very well saturated. I think he's in a very good position. I don't see this push working too well, but it always depends mostly on the storms on the micro, I think, in such big battles.
Yeah.
Or even the
We have
5th base here.
Yeah. Zerg is going to go ahead and take that 5th base, like you said. So Protoss is definitely going to have to get something done with this attack, right? Like, if he can't stomp out some bases or trade really well, kill most of Zerg's army and get some more bases set up himself, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Like, you can see now his main base is starting to get a little bit low on resources. His natural, he's got about half his money left too. Okay, he's going to kill his cannons, so it looks like he's just about ready to move out. There are a few lurkers here, but I don't think there should be too much trouble to deal with those once those observers come out as well.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that he's not losing the first observers, because there are overlords, there are scourges, so that's very important that he really watches his observers. But then unit-wise he has more than enough to break out here, I think.
Yeah. So first observer is out. We'll see. Looks like he's positioning, maybe not. I was gonna say, looks like he was bringing a Templar forward to maybe do some storms. But okay, here the Dragoons are coming forward now. He's gonna try and start picking off some of these lurkers.
Yeah, and I mean, I just said he has enough units to break out, but the lurker numbers are growing, and it gets more difficult. Strikers just streaming more units in, and I'm not so confident anymore. Those are a lot of Zerg units, but nice storm here on 2 lurkers, picking off three lurkers already.
Yeah. This is kind of what you want to do, have those Dragoons up front to pick off these lurkers with some Templars behind to storm the units as they come in, storm the Hydras, storm the Lings. Couple of storms going down. The last one wasn't so great. That one was okay. Yeah. He's doing a decent job of clearing out a lot of this army, but Striker is sending more across. Will he be able to break out? Because he really needs to break out. He's really committed to this 2-base play.
I don't think it will work. The goons are getting killed by Zerglings here, and there are still some lurkers left, 4 lurkers left here. More Zerglings streaming, and he lost a lot of units here, but he has maybe 15 more Zerglings, Zealots. Okay, so now he's actually committing to the push out.
Alright, we'll have to see how this goes. Will he be able to break it? He really does need to break it here, or this game is going to be over pretty quickly. I think he will break out.
Wow.
But
nice.
Yeah. Nice breakout. He does get out, so but he still needs to do something, right? Like, yes, he broke out, but his main is very low on minerals now. Natural's not doing too well either. He needs to take another base, and he needs to deny Zerg some bases here. He needs to get out on that map with this army and do something to slow Zerg down. He looks like he is going to go for that 5th base from Striker. Or maybe not. Okay, he's going to turn back and try and sandwich us.
He still only has a single observer, and that observer could go down right now. It's like getting targeted by a single Hydra, but not going down. Oh, there are no more storms in this army, and the Hydras are coming. It's actually a pretty close fight.
Yeah, 1 Templar, but it doesn't have Storm. It won't have Storm for a little while.
Yeah, you can't fight without Storm against Mass Hydra. Sure, you pushed out, you have a lot of goons, a lot of zealots left, but that doesn't mean you can go across the map into the Zerg territory without Storm. It's not gonna work against like 8 Hedge Hydra at this point.
Yeah, so Protoss was attempting a 3rd base here, but this is gonna get denied. Yeah, he's just gonna have to cancel that. So he's going to take the 3rd base at the mineral only up top. There is a Zergling that is about to scout this, though. I mean, surely it won't kill it, but now Zerg is aware of this 3rd base attempt. Oh, we even have a hidden base at the top, but it looks like Striker is going to scout that as well with an Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, Tech was going for like a big 2-base push, and he just now adds the 3rd base after his attack failed. Usually if you get the 3rd base when you're actually pushing out, it will be done by the time your attack fails. But now he's actually only getting it, so he's still on 2 bases for a little while longer, while remember we have 5 bases up for Striker, even if he's not really using one, but that's not good for the Protoss.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh.
very nice storm coming down there.
Yeah.
Nice pull as well from Striker. But yeah, like I said, Striker was even ahead in supply there for a little bit. Protoss just pulled ahead. But 5 bases against 2 bases, and Zerg's even ahead on supply. It's not looking good for Tech at the moment. He does push back this attack for now, but he really needs to get that base up and running and mining. Nexus is finishing now. No minerals left really in his main. 1 patch with 90 minerals.
And I think there are just too many Zerg units at this point. He's flanking from like 4 sides here, 4 groups. And there's only a single storm left for Tech. If that storm doesn't hit so many Hydras, he will probably lose this fight.
Yeah. A little bit of lag coming up again.
Yeah.
Nice storm on that group of Hydras.
Oh yeah, pretty laggy right now.
Hopefully it clears itself. Bit of a lag spike there.
Yeah, I gotta restart the router after the game. But yeah, let's look at the fight. I think the Hydra numbers are just too much at this point. He's just streaming more and more Hydras. He's overtaking Tech and supply again. Very barely, not managing to do so. Okay, just now he did it, but... Okay, I'm not sure. Tech is... I mean, he has a third base up now. He has... It looks like secured it. He has stabilized with his units. He has a lot more storms now, so I think he's fine for now.
Yeah, he is taking a 4th base, which, I mean, he's definitely going to need that as well. It's got a 3rd gas, which is going to be very important for Protoss moving forward. Meanwhile, Striker is still sitting on 5th base, though. That being said, he hasn't really been mining from that 5th base. He's only had 1 drone on minerals here. So would like to see him maybe saturate that a little bit more. He's sending a couple more drones over there now.
Yes.
But still, I think Striker is definitely here in the better position overall. Like, sitting on 5 bases, he's got higher supply, he's got higher worker count. So DM Tech is going to have to find some way to get back into this game. He's going to have to do something, right? Like, maybe it's some kind of high Templar drops to kill a bunch of drones. Maybe he can sneak like a DT into the main and kill a bunch of drones or something. Take a really, really good fight with some great storms. He needs something to get back into this game anyway, for sure.
Yes, and I really like how Striker is scouting everything. Like, he has overlords positioned around the Protoss everywhere. He's patrolling on the top here to make sure that there's no hidden base going up. He has, yeah, just overlords or units everywhere. So that's like a very good improvement on what we have seen P-Tech do. He was just letting Oystein getting a lot of expansions, but here Strikers really make sure to don't let Tech grow too fast, even if Tech got his 4th base secured without any problems here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like, Striker knows everything that's going on the map. He knows exactly where Protoss's army is. You can just see the red everywhere, right? Like, there's no way Protoss is going to get something without Zerg finding out about it. And that's very important. So, meanwhile, what is going on? We got the Hive just completing here for Zerg. We'll see what he wants to use that for, what he's going to go for. He's going to start Adrenalings. Any additional upgrades or tech? None to be seen as of yet. No, kind of a little bit of a lull here in the action. We're just getting some bases, getting that macro up. Zerg is going to go ahead and take the other natural base. Protoss does know about this, but can't really stop it or do anything about it at the moment. With Zerg having a bigger army. He's trying to send a DT over there, but that gets picked off as well.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the upgrades here. We have 1-1 for Striker, researching 2-2 right now for the ranged attacks, and Protoss already on 3-2, so that's very nice, very good upgrades. The shield upgrade already halfway done. And another Forge in the main not doing anything, but good upgrades by Tech here. And denying the 6 space here, very good. No cancel.
Yeah, nice little pick off for the small group. And while that's going on, he's actually going to deny this base at the top as well. So he's going to take out 2 hatcheries, another non-cancel. So that's 600 minerals of hatcheries he just killed there. 2 new bases. So that's definitely going to slow Striker down here. I do think Striker's still in a better position, but I mean, if DM Tech can keep doing these little moves like this, you know, denying bases, he can eventually find himself back in the game.
Yeah, that could be true. But I mean, we all know if the Zerg is ahead of the Protoss in supply, it's usually a bad thing for the Protoss player. And I want to mention, let's take a look at the army of the Protoss. Look how many Templars there are, like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And all of those 10 Templars have 2 storms. He will never cast like 20 good storms in a battle. I think he should add some more Archons.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That's so many Templars. That's too many Templars, right? Like, there's no way to use them all, so we might as well have them as, like you said, have them as Archons. But yeah, he is trying to take a 5th base. Zerg is going to be able to deny that pretty easily, it looks like. Yeah, Protoss army is just not enough ground forces. There's so many Templars. Oh, look at this. A flight coming in from Zerg now. He's just coming in from every angle.
Oh,
bunch of Hydras, Lings, a couple of Lurkers. He is using a lot of those storms up now to kill this army. Like, he's training so efficiently with these storms. But there's just so much still left for Zerg. Like, he killed most of that army. He's still got a ton of Lurkers out on the map, a bunch of Lings. He's going to send some of those forward to try and pick off the remainder of this Protoss army. Will it be enough? 4 Archons being morphed as well.
The macro is just too strong. Strider has so many more units just streaming into the fight. The Lurkers arrived. And those Archons are all gonna die, and I think with that there's very little chance left for Tech here to come back in this game. Striker can basically just attack a base right now, I think.
Yeah, he could probably take out like the mineral only. It's a little bit harder attacking up ramps into cannons and reavers, especially if you don't have something like Swarm. But yeah, I can't see a way back necessarily here for Tech. Like, Striker's 50 supply ahead. TM Tech might be able to survive for a little bit longer because he is still mining on 2 bases. But it looks like he may even lose the natural here. Not that it's super important, but you know, any position that Striker can get is a win for him.
Yeah, this was already a good attack because all those Lurkers really did a lot of damage on the Zealots here, I think. And now he can just stream into this mineral only if he wants to. Or in the natural, he doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, so many Hydras coming in here, a bunch of Lurkers, a few Lings. He's just gonna barrel them all, slowly push in here. Yeah, I mean, if he can get on top of the production, that's one way to end Protoss as well. He has secured, meanwhile, the main base as well. Sorry, go ahead.
There's just nothing left here. I mean, he only is making some Zealots. Okay, now he's adding Goons again, but now all his Zealots are dead and he has no more Storms, so... Yeah, he's just surviving, but he's not going to survive more than 2 minutes longer here.
Yeah, he's surviving, but barely, right? Like, he's just losing more and more ground, more and more units every time. Zerg is just slowly pushing in on this position. Like, yeah, he is going to be able to take this natural. There is a Reaver popping out, but will it be able to save him? There's just so many Lurkers here. More units flooding across the map. You can just see the red swarm, you know, coming across the map here.
Nice drop here on the right side, killing like 8 drones or so. But, I mean, it sadly doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah. I mean, he is killing a lot of units here. Eventually, I think Striker will hopefully clean this up. Okay, he's just going to push that shuttle out with these Hydras coming in.
Like 26 kills there on the 2 Reavers.
That's pretty nice pick up there for DM Tech. I don't think, like I said, we don't think it's going to be enough. He's still 30 supply down. He's lost his control of his natural base now. So it's going to be even harder just to get units out, even onto the map, because of all the lurkers just outside his choke here. Couple of Scourges chasing down the shuttle, and a couple of Hydras. Will he pick it off? Oh, not quite. So close. That shuttle will barely survive. But what can he do, really? Like, he can't even get units out on the map. He's banking up a bunch of Zealots and Templar in his main.
I mean, if he can use it to Reavers to clear all the lurkers there, maybe he can push out again. But I mean, the macro of Striker is just too good. He just can make so much more units, and even if he trades some fights not super effectively against the Reavers, he will just have so much more anyways.
Yeah, like we can see, he's still mining on 3 bases. He's even taking another base here, mineral only. He's got the main setup. Like, Protoss is just kind of stuck in his little corner of the map here, while Zerg is just spread across everything else. He's just got, 30 supply lead. He's up 10 workers about. It's just a matter of time here. I honestly, like, Protoss still has a decent amount of minerals. Like, he's got half of his 4th base and like a third of his 3rd base, maybe. But yeah, there's just not enough. Like, Striker really just has to stop Protoss or not let him get any more bases, and he'll just mine himself outright. So
yeah, I still really like that Striker is like not taking any chances. He's just patrolling Scourges here. He has overlords around all the Protoss bases, and yeah, you can see the drop is completely denied, completely crushed, and I think now there's the last push out by Tech. He's trying to get another base here.
yeah,
I mean,
well, 2 free Reavers.
It's a GosuLeague. Of course, you don't want to throw away your chance to advance. I mean, he is still not out. Remember, he has also won the first game, so he's definitely not out. But even if he loses this best of 3, he's still not out. But anyways, if there's a like 1% chance that you can win a game if you're playing in a tournament, I would just take that 1% chance anyways.
Yeah, definitely in tournament games, you can't really blame people for staying in games necessarily longer than they should. But yeah, this looks pretty rough for our Protoss player. If he can take this 5th base, he can stay in this game a little longer. But again, it's just a matter of surviving, right? Like, he's taking these bases just to continue being in the game. He's not gaining any ground. Zerg is just outgrowing. Like, Zerg has every base on the map except for this one now. Every base is being taken. What can you do as Protoss? You'd have to kill like all the drones simultaneously just to have a chance.
And now we have Striker preparing for the finishing move. The drop is getting loaded up and the overlords are flying, but there's actually a probe. Will probably scout it, but what can he do even if he knows about it? His strongest part of his army are the Reavers, and they will not get back into his main in time.
Yeah. He did scout that drop. It looks like he's sending his Zealots and at least some of his army back to the main to try and deal with this. There is one Templar there with the Storm just finishing now. But will this be enough?
I mean, he has 3 cannons there, but yeah, it's not enough. Now, I guess his 5th base is too open. But Striker, yeah, okay, now he's committing into the 5th base. He needs to pick off the Reaver, and he's trying to do just that. And will he succeed? Yes.
Yeah.
And with that, I think this 5th base is pretty much gone. And there's a quotation mark, GG quotation mark. Nice.
I wonder why he's upset that he lost this game. Like, did he feel like Striker used some dirty tactics or something? I mean, we just saw him proxy 2 gates in game 1, so I don't know if he can really complain about any kind of dirty play that his opponent might do.
Yeah, maybe it was lagging again, I'm not sure. Do you know where Tech is from? I think he's from Chile, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So Chile to USA should be fine. Then again, I see most people complain about South America anyways. Doesn't matter where they
South
live.
American leg. Yeah.
Okay, and I already started the game. Sorry, didn't wait for you. Okay, there we go.
You're
Now.
anxious to see who wins this one.
Yes.
Well, we do have a game 3 again. So we saw Striker win a strong macro game, and we saw DM Tech win like the cheesy game. So does that mean he goes back to some kind of a cheese this game? Or some maybe aggressive strategy?
I would say yes, but this is a 4-player map, so it's not easy to do proxy gates on this map here, so probably not.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been Tech's choice, I believe, too, right? Like, because he lost game 2. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but assuming, you know, the players alternate whoever or loser picks, then it would have been Tech's choice for this map. Which is actually kind of an interesting choice, too, because I've seen a lot of Protoss players ban this map or veto it. It's even at pro level, like last ASL, a lot of the Protoss players were vetoing this map against Zerg, so I think because it's harder to maybe get and secure a third base.
Yeah.
So,
the
bit
map
interested why is this a map? Yeah.
The map is very weird, I have to say. It's very like imbalanced positionally. You have this. I guess I will talk about it when we actually can see the high ground in front of the natural. But I just wanted to say one other thing. Yeah, about the map picks. So for anyone who doesn't know how it works in GosuLeague, at least, I just know for GosuLeague because I'm playing in that myself. There's a start map, and then the winner of the last game will ban one map of the map pool, and then the loser can pick of the out of the remaining maps. So when you enter a third game, that means 2 maps are already banned from the map pool, and yeah, 2 maps are already played, so there are 4 maps gone from the map pool, and you have to pick out of the remaining one.
So this would have been Tech's choice.
Yeah, maybe Striker, because he won, he could have banned a 2-player map. That could be possible.
Like Hitchhiker or something.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about. Let me just see the map pool of the 2-player maps of the map pool. 1 second. So we have Monte Cristo, Match Point. Yeah, Match Point is the only other 2-player map here. So maybe Striker could have banned that, so that's no option for Tech.
Okay, so yeah, I could see that being his ban as well. So, all right, well, as is, it looks like we have a standard opening here. We got the Overpool coming out from Striker, and a Forge Fast Expand coming out from our Protoss player. Oh, nice hatchery getting down there. Probe not quite being able to block it.
Yes, yeah, I would say that's unfortunate for Tech. You usually really want to block the hatchery, because the Zerglings are not out for another like 20 seconds or so when the drone is here ready to expand. So you can really delay this expansion for quite a while if you micro your probe correctly. But sadly he was not able to do that, so it's a bit harder for him. And also he is getting a cannon before the gateway here, so overall I would say, yeah, good opening for Striker here so far.
A question in the chat was router reset. We did not reset the router. The lag seemed to get a little bit better. So.
Yeah.
Plus, it's also game 3.
Yeah, if it's still lagging, guys, please tell me. I asked earlier, it was okay, and now it looks like it was a bit better even. So yeah, if it's still lagging, please tell me. I can reset my router, but then I have to stop the stream, of course, for like 3 minutes or so. So far we have not done this, and we'll just continue to watch this game until you complain too much.
So yeah, if it's too laggy, complain more, and we'll see if we can make it a little bit better. Yeah. So looks like we're getting into mostly a standard game. That doesn't mean Tech still can't do something a little bit cheesier. Maybe he'll just go for like a speed zealot timing attack, skip Corsairs, or he could go for some kind of Reaver play. But looks like it's pretty standard coming out of Striker 2. We got the 3 hatches down, we got the gasping mine, we got the lair started. So neither player doing anything out of the ordinary as of yet.
Yeah, completely standard game so far. We see the lair as well. That's pretty standard. And we see the Cyanide score, of course. He will have 150 gas for the Stargates very soon. So really very standard.
Yep, timings look pretty good. Like as soon as that core is finished, he'll be able to throw down that Stargate. Maybe. Actually, he may not have enough minerals quite yet, but he'll get that soon enough anyway. So the real question is, where do they go from here? Do they want to keep going standard? Is Striker going to maybe get some Mutalisk play? If he's going to do that, I expect to see that second gas. Like if he wants to go heavy on Mutalisk, so expect to see that second gas taken a little bit sooner than a normal, but we shall see. Stargate is started now. He hasn't. Second gas has been done from Tech for a little bit. He hasn't started mining from it yet. Okay, he is now. Not too delayed. And there is the Spire from Striker.
Interesting decision here is not getting the +1 upgrade. Usually you really want to get that +1 upgrade even before you start the Citadel, so you line up the +1 upgrade with your speed. But if you get the Citadel first, your speed will actually be done before the +1, way before the +1. So that's a bit weird.
Yeah, that's good thing to notice. So maybe he's going for some like Sair DT type of play. Lag is back.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fine now.
Okay. So yeah, he either forgot it. My theory is either forgot it. Like I've done that plenty of times. It happens. You know, you forget to start one of your upgrades, or you thought you started it. Maybe you didn't have enough minerals or gas at the time, and it didn't actually start. So that could be what happened here, or maybe he's going for faster DTs. So we'll have to see. Like when the Citadel's done, is he going to throw down that Templar Archives and maybe go for some Sair DT kind of style here?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you need to cut that to get DTs out, because if you have 2 gases, you can see he already has like 300. He's still not getting it, so I really think he has forgotten it actually. But he got a drone kill at least on the 3rd base with that 1 zealot.
Yeah. Sometimes I do hesitate a little bit when I know players probably better than me, but we'll see. We do have that Templar Archives coming down pretty quickly. So I'm definitely looking towards Sair DT here. And their +1 has just now started after the Templar Archives.
Okay. Yeah, will he get the +1 for the core there as well? That's my question here. We could see a very like aggressive core DT play, maybe. But so far he's not getting that, at least.
Cannon coming down in the main, just to prepare for some Scourges. Doesn't want them to fly in over his Stargate and pick off Corsairs that are continuing to being made. So first DT is being made now. We'll see him send that out on the map, maybe try and kill off Overlord at the 3rd base and do a bunch of damage with the DT there if possible.
Yeah, so will he note the CDT with the Zerglings? That's the question here. Will he look at that? But no, okay, Striker forcing the Zerglings away. DT moving out here. Oh, the Corsair! Oh, barely gets away, I guess.
Yeah, so the question is, did Striker see that DT going underneath the Scourge?
Yeah. I mean, he's fine. He has a lot of overlords in every base, except the main base, of course. But I think if he makes some Hydras now, and he's doing just that, he's like producing 6 Hydras, I think he will be fine. Except it sneaks into the main base. That's a different story, but So far, it looks good.
Yeah. Will it get into the main? That is the question. It is coming here now. There is still only 2 Hydras here, so we could potentially run by this and get into the main. Yeah, he is going to try for the run by. Striker's going to go for the block. Will he get the block off in time? No.
Wow, he really got in. Okay, that changes it a bit, but yeah, he needs to retreat his drones. 3 drones dead right now, but I think that's all he will get. I think the Spire will not go down. The Overlord will be there in time. Right?
Yeah, DTs do a lot of damage quickly. Like, the Spire's half dead. I think it's going to be close, but I think he'll be able to kill it. Okay, yeah, he's not even gonna finish it. He's gonna go for drones now.
Yeah, I think the Overlord was in range.
Yeah. So pretty good damage done by that DT though. I mean, he got 5 kills. Oh, the DT's still alive, and he doesn't know that he didn't kill it. Oh no, he doesn't know he didn't kill it.
Hiding behind the production tabs there.
Oh, that's unfortunate for him. Oh no. That DT's gonna come in later and get a bunch more kills, I think. We're gonna see like we saw last week where the DTs just did so much damage.
Yeah, I think it was 18 kills for that one DT.
Yeah. Are we gonna get something similar? I've got my I'm clicked on that DT just to see if he starts getting more kills. But yeah, what do we have going on here? Corsairs flying around the map, seeing if they can't pick off Overlord somewhere, do some damage. We've gone up to 6 gateways now on the Protoss' side. Continuing to produce Zealots and some High Templars, adding in another cannon. Meanwhile, Zerg has gone up to 5 hatcheries with the 6th on the way, just finishing up now. And really getting into a macro production here. He's going to start making a bunch of Hydras.
And Overlord speed finished, so if he notices this DT as soon as it's killing the first drone, he maybe can defend it before it can snipe the Spire. But yeah, we'll see about that. A very important thing for such a situation as a Protoss player is that you don't want to just run in and kill drones like immediately. I think you want to do something else on the map. Maybe harass with the Corsairs, maybe like poke for a little attack or pretend you want to attack. And then when the attention of the Zerg is on another place on the map, then you want to go in and kill the drones.
And we see just that with the... Yeah, well, I mean, we did have the Zealots and Hydras. We got the DT killing a bunch of drones now. And Striker is still unaware. 9 kills, 10, 11. Oh, he's going to kill every drone here, I think.
Oh man, will we get the record of 18 kills? Oh, 16. We have 17. There's 3 more drones. We can reach the 20. Oh.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to get 20.
Nice.
That is very unfortunate. And,
oh my god, he's not done. He's not done. He's getting more.
There's no defenses here. Oh my goodness. He's going to win the game with 1 DT.
Jesus.
How many can we get? How many will we get? And he still doesn't know. Okay. 25 kills. They're all drones too.
I really wonder if he noticed that this DT was actually already low HP. So if he really noticed that that was the same DT as before.
Yeah, Striker's got to be hitting himself after this game. Goes back and watches it, seeing that he actually didn't kill that DT. Like, had he gotten 1 more hit off on that, or just spent that extra couple seconds to kill it, the game would be so different right now.
Yes.
But as it is, like, I mean, Protoss is in a great spot now. He's still on 2 bases. Well, Zerg is just got his 4th, so that's something going for Striker, but you can see it in the worker count. Like, Striker's really got to start macroing up on drones, and he's got to do something to try and get himself into a good position in this game.
Yeah, it's so hard. Maybe if I can, like, get this bottom expansion mining and not scout it, maybe. I'm not sure if Tech already scouted it, but I don't think so. So maybe that's an option. If he just camps with lurkers and gets this hidden base up.
Yeah, but this is quite the army coming across here from DM Tech. I don't see any observers with this army at the moment, so he can probably hold on for a little bit with these lurkers. But I mean, at the same time, DM Tech, there's only two. He could like storm them, or he could just avoid them. I don't think he's gonna risk that. He doesn't know how much is behind here, so he's just gonna turn around, wait for observers.
Where
But
is it?
this isn't looking great for Striker. Yeah.
Oh, it's just now started the observer. Very late observer here. Wow.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Yeah.
He is gonna take a base here at the bottom middle. He kind of abandoned his plans, I guess, taking it at 3 o'clock there.
Yeah,
So yeah, the only reason. Yeah, I mean, Striker's 60 supply behind. The main reason he's still alive is because there's no observer.
Yes.
Will the lack of observer be enough time? I'm not sure. I still don't know if he's gonna have enough to defend once that observer comes in here. He's gonna have to like pick it off and delay as much as possible.
Yeah, and I'm very sure if he just pushes into this small ramp, it's a third base of Striker, and he kills those 2 lurkers and 3 hydras very quickly, he is in a perfect position to storm everything, because all the Zerg units have to funnel between those 3 hatcheries or the middle line here, and this will just be so nice for the High Templars, for the storms.
Alright, first observer is just about here, about to join up with the army, and yeah, there's a few more lurkers being morphed here at the top of the ramp. Maybe it can help him defend, but I still don't know if it's going to be enough. I'm optimistic. He does have high ground, he does have smaller areas that Protoss has to push through, but will it be enough? It looks like Protoss is actually just going to go ahead and take out this 4th base now from Zerg instead.
Yeah, and there's nothing Striker can do. Nothing Striker can do to defend this base here. This is definitely done. But I mean, he almost didn't use it anyways. Only 2 drones mining here.
That one lurker is going to get some free hits off, but I don't think it's going to matter. Base is going to go down. Okay, Striker is sending a bunch of units across the map. I mean, I think this is his Hail Mary kind of play, right? He's like, okay, I'm going to just kill Protoss or kill a couple of his bases, do enough damage to him that maybe I can fight back into this game. Will it be enough? We'll have to see. There is a couple of Templars down here. A couple of good storms would definitely shut that down. He's going to take out this 3rd base, I think, of Protoss, or 4th base, actually. But that's not going to be enough to win him in the game, unfortunately, or even get him back into the game.
I mean, we have seen Zergs win with a bigger supply difference than this, but not if you're also down in bases.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't even the crucial base necessarily for DM Tech, because he is mining from this 6 o'clock as well.
Yeah.
And Striker doesn't know about that base. And yeah, clears out those Hydras. He's just going to retake that base. And I mean, the supply is huge for DM Tech. He's almost maxed. He's got such a huge army. What are the upgrades at? He's on 2-0. He's not upgrading from his forge right now, so he's going to be on 2-0 for quite a while, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. He's going to try and push up here. Does Striker have enough to hold this position? Maybe. I mean, going up a high ground against lurkers can be tough, but this army is just so big for Protoss right now.
Maybe if he kills the observers here.
Yeah. Oh, look at the storms. Blanketing the whole Zerg army.
Such good storms. Yeah, a bit of lag here again, but yeah, this game is definitely over. He can clear all these 6 units, and he has still so many more units left over. 3 observers, more storms coming, so much more storms. The whole Goon army is still here, even some zealots, so really nothing Striker can do. And there's the GG.
Striker knows it's done. Taps out. And so DM Tech does take Striker out and move into the winner's match, where he will be going up against Oystein.
Yes.
In a PvZ, because Oystein race picks Zerg against Protoss.
Yep. Okay.
Which means Striker against PTAC, so we will have a ZVZ in the losers match.
Yes, the first non-PvZ here. in the last 2 streams or so.
Yep.
Okay, I think we got some Terran in the last group, but anyways, so there were some comments again about restarting the router, and it looks like we're dropping more frames again. So yeah, and another unwatchable and reset router after this game in the chat here. So yeah, we'll do it now. I really hope it will fix the problems. If not, I really don't know what's going on. I have been streaming earlier and I had no problems. Let's just hope it works. So the stream will be offline for around, yeah, I guess let's give it 5 minutes maximum, probably like 3. And then I hope the problems are fixed and we can watch some more awesome games. So don't go away. The stream will go offline for a bit, but then come online again. So
yes,
be right back. Finally back. Let's hope the lag is gone. And yeah, we have just seen the second series with Tech defeating Striker 2-1, and now we have the winners game coming up, which should be Oystein against Tech.
Yeah. Wonderful to see another proxy gate or something coming out of Tech in one of these games. Or maybe he just had that plan specifically for Striker. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, the first map of this winners match is Escalate.
Yeah, that's right.
We are starting the game right now. Yeah, on Escalate we'll probably not see some proxy shenanigans. Okay, just adjusting the overlay here, and now we are ready to go into the game. Here we are. So the map is Escalate, and on the top left position here we have our yellow race picking Zerg. It is Oystein.
And in the bottom left we have our magenta Protoss DM Tech. Alright, so we've seen Oystein's PVZ, but we haven't seen his ZVP.
That is correct.
So how does it look? And we're about to find out, I suppose.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, he's also playing Protoss against Terran. So I don't know, he's maybe even more well, never mind. Yeah, we have not seen the ZVP, so that's not what we see. Ah, never mind. I was very confused here. What I want to say is he's mainly playing Protoss in 2 matchups, so maybe he's not super, like, how do you say that, used to playing Zerg. I mean, he's still playing it in a third of his games probably, but you can't race pick on ladder, remember that. So I'm not sure how he's practicing, if he has practice partners, or if he's just playing some Protoss games and some Zerg games, but then you're not getting the matchups you want all the time on ladder. So it's difficult if you're a race picker.
Yeah, because you won't be at your necessarily true MMR. Like, I know other players like that have trouble on ladder because, you know, they get matchups that they don't normally play. So they got to learn extra matchups if they want to get close to their skill level. So it's usually like, okay, well, I'm playing a matchup I'm bad at, so I lose it. And then I'm playing a matchup I'm better at than my MMR, so I win it. It's like, so it can make it harder for practice for sure. Unless you have, like you said, maybe some kind of a practice partner.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It looks like so far he's looking like a pretty standard opening from him over pool and 13 hatch, where we're going to see the gateway first coming out of DM Tech again, which we saw him do on Sylphid against Striker just the last series. So
yes, first Zealot coming out of the gateway here, going across the map. He has scouted Oystein in the first position, and yeah, let's see if he can do some damage. But the first 6 circlings are already almost finished here, so there should be not too much damage being done here.
Yeah, Oystein has critically seen that this was Gateway first as well, so he is making a bunch of Zerglings just so he can be safe against this. And he's even going up to 8 here, so he's probably not going to take too much damage here.
Yeah, I mean, nice micro here. He's killing most of the Zerglings. He will probably get into a nice position here somewhere between the minerals, but overall he will not accomplish too much.
Yeah, is forcing a lot of Zerglings, like I said, which is definitely going to slow Zerg down a little bit. Not necessarily where Zerg wants to be economy-wise, but I don't think this is definitely going to like end the game or anything. Do have that Nexus coming down now for DM Tech as he's continuing to stream some zealots across the map and adding in his forge as well. So he's going to be in a great position, going to be comfortable moving forward here in this game.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I just thought about the Zerglings. If they run across the map, they could actually arrive. If they started to run like 1 minute earlier, they could even arrive before the second zealot is out. But yeah, he didn't do that. He wants to stay here to make sure that the 2 zealots in the middle line don't do a lot of damage. But yeah, they are in a very good position, and you need to make a lot of Zerglings, so not make a lot of drones to really kill those. So that's pretty nice for Tech.
Yeah, he's already forced a lot of Zerglings out, actually. There's still 8, 9 sitting here, plus the few he's killed. So, I mean, if I had to give the advantage to someone, I'd say Tech has definitely got a slight one here. He's sending those additional zealots across the map, so this is going to force even more Zerglings, or it looks like even a sunken colony coming out from Oystein now.
Yeah, oh, if he can get those zealots, maybe flip them out and join them up with the 3 other zealots, that would be pretty nice, but loses them a bit too early. If he waited a bit longer, that creep colony could not have been cancelled. But here Oystein just cancelled it in the last second, so he gets that drone and can mine again.
Yeah, so nice little heads up cancel there. Getting that extra mining, get a little bit of minerals back. Because he's already been slowed down a little bit from being forced to make all these Zerglings. Whereas DM Tech is just sitting here fine. He's getting his second gas up. He's got his Stargate on the way. And, excuse me, Oystein is just transferring some drones over to that third base, which is recently completed. So he's going to get his economy rolling again and trying to catch up a little bit here with DM Tech.
Yes, and so what will we see for Tech here? He went for that big 2-base push in one game, was not really super successful, and then he got that super nice DT, 25 kill DT in the last game. But what will he do now? So he is getting the Citadel, but after the +1 this time. This is more normal, so I don't think we'll see the DT play again.
Yeah, at least not this game. The Zerg player only just started mining gas again, so it's looking a lot like what we saw Striker do with the going 4 hatch into 5 hatch Hydra here. So yeah, we can already see he's thrown down the 5th hatch and the Hydra Den about the same time here. So this is definitely looking like a very Hydra-esque style again. He's just going to mass up a bunch of Hydras and try and beat Tech that way.
Yeah, and I really like what Tech is doing. He's moving out with the 4 zealots, and then just returning and just retreating in time. He forced Oystein to make like I don't know, 8 more Zerglings, but his zealots are completely safe and back to his base, and those Zerglings cannot do anything right now. So those are basically 4 killed drones right now.
Yeah, again, just slowing the economy down of Oystein even a little bit more. So he's probably feeling pretty comfortable, pretty good about his position, having forced all these extra lanes. He now has Corsairs, his +1 for his Corsairs is about half done, leg speed's about half done, +1 ground weapons is a little more than half done. So in about a minute here, so we're going to see a pretty strong attack coming out from DM Tech with a bunch of zealots, speed zealots, Corsairs, and I'm a little bit worried for Oystein. Like, he's been forced into this position where he's had to make a lot of extra Zerglings instead of drones, so his economy is not necessarily where he wants it to be. I'm not sure, is he going to have enough to defend the Zealot Corsair attack that's inbound?
Oh, I just realized no Hydras here on the right side, and there are 2 Overlords. If he can find those, he can pick them off for basically free. Yeah, still no Hydras in production here, and the speed is not finished, so... okay, he finds one in the top right, so that's nice already.
Yeah. It's going to pick that off, which is going to supply block our Zerg here even further. He's got no sunken colonies ready. Okay, he's making a creep at his natural. He's got one morphing into a sunken now at his third. This is a lot of Zealots, and he can't really make units at the moment, so I'm still a little bit worried. Can he defend this?
I think he's fine in the natural, but the third base, that is dangerous. He's losing more Overlords, he's still supply blocked. And this can really backfire, and now he catches even the Zerg units away from the Sunkens. That's nice.
Picking off a few of those, but now he's going to dive in, try and get on top of that Sunken, while picking off some more Overlords even. It's just keeping the Zerg supply block, so what you see is what you get from Zerg. He's not going to be able to make more units here during this fight. It looks like he's probably going to be able to hold off this attack, but he did still get set behind, right? Like, he was supply blocked for so long, and I mean, these Corsairs could still fly around and maybe pick off some more Overlords.
Yeah, no Hydras in the natural right now, 5 Overlords here. I mean, he has 4 Corsairs. They kill 1 Overlord very quickly. There's even +1, so really if he flies into the natural and there's no Hydras ready, that can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, if Oystein had a bunch of Hydras coming across the map right now, Storm isn't done and ready for the Protoss player. Like, Storm's about to finish, he doesn't quite have the energy, so a Hydra counterattack could be pretty scary, and we actually are having some Hydras come across the map here now. He may have Storm done in time to defend this though.
Yeah, I think so. But remember, in low numbers, Hydras can actually dodge storms pretty well, and you only have 2 cannons here. I lost games where I had like 4 storms and still lost the game to a Hydra push.
Yeah, I did the other day. Same kind of thing. I had 4 storms. I'm like, oh, I'm fine, and I died to Hydra. So it's like, oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, the natural is getting raided by the Corsairs. All the Overlords are dying. No Hydras to be seen, and that will supply block him once again. Well, not quite. Maybe. Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Pretty unfortunate for him. Yeah, and now I think Tech has enough. Like, yes, he still only has the 2 cannons, but he's got a couple extra rounds of Zealots out now, so he's got a strong enough army that he can take on the Hydras with the Storms. So he's not in risk of dying to that Hydra pressure anymore, I would say. He is continuing to add on Corsairs, and he's got Dragoon range on the way. Robo is finished. I don't see the Observatory as of yet, but I imagine we'll be getting that down pretty quickly, and so he'll be teching further into Obs. But it looks like he's going to go for an attack here, or a push out. And does Oystein have enough to deal with this?
I don't think so. I mean, it depends on storms again, but if like only 2 storms hit a clump of Hydras, I think it will be super hard to defend for Oystein.
So many Zealots. He's got almost as many Zealots as Oystein has Hydras here, it looks like.
And remember, while the Hydras are fighting the Zealots, the Corsairs can kill off more and more Overlords, so I can't see this attack failing for Tech, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay, there's a couple Scourges now to maybe deal with the Corsairs, but a couple of nice Storms going down on those Hydras. There's just too much here, right? There's just so many Zealots.
Yes.
A couple more Storms on those Hydras, and he's not going to have enough to hold this. I think this is it, honestly. I think GM Tech's just about to take this.
Where are the Storms? There's one more Storm. One more. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, and all the drones too.
Yeah. And more Zealots coming. This game is definitely over. He cannot hold this attack. So yeah, nice job for Tech.
Yeah, I would say a pretty convincing game out of GM Tech here. Like, he just pretty much ran him over. I mean, he took a little bit of damage. He forced all those lings early, and that just slowed him down, you know? too much. He couldn't get back on track and back into pace.
Okay, so that was a nice game by Tech. So can he actually secure the 2-0 to advance in first place? It could happen right now. We are finding out in the second game of the winners match.
Yeah, he is up 1-0, one game away from advancing to the round of 8.
No.
But Oystein may have something to say about that here on match point. Interesting pick. We'll see. Maybe he's got something special, cheesy or something planned here.
Maybe we see Tech proxy gating again.
Maybe we see Tech dying to a Ling run by again. We saw that in round of 32, if I remember.
We've definitely seen a lot of different PvZ strategies in our last
Yeah.
Okay,
for sure.
so the game is loaded and we are going in. The map is match point, as Snipe already said. And here in the top right, we see our Zerg player down 1 game. Needs to win 2 in a row to advance in first place, but he has another shot if he loses this game. It is Oystein.
And in the bottom left, we have our Teal Protoss, who seems low on probes for some reason, DM Tech. And that reason would be we have a probe going across the map. Looks like we are going to have that proxy 2 gate. MasterReY, the reader of minds.
This Tech, is he always doing this on 2-player maps? Okay, so let's see what Oystein is doing. He's not getting a pool so far. There is Overlord. Could probably be a normal overpool here. So let's see when he reaches 200 minerals.
Yeah, could be possible. We saw this 2-gate beat Striker's overpool.
Yep.
All right. Oh, I thought he was sending the probe to the main. I was like, what is this, only 1 proxy? But no, it just glitched through the minerals. So we are going to get that second gateway. Looks like both are going to be on 9, a 9-9 gate. So this could be quite strong and hard to defend.
Yeah.
There is that second gateway. And yeah, he's not going to send the probe right away. So he must have a timing down where he wants to send it in for like, okay, I know I got to wait, an extra 10 seconds, then send it in for a normal scout timing, just to not try and tip off the Zerg player.
Oh.
He's going to scout. He sees the probe coming from this angle. He is going to scout this. Maybe he got a little heads up from Striker.
Yeah, I would just want to say, did Striker send him the replay or told him? It's possible. I'm not sure how close Oystein and Striker are, but that looked pretty like confident that there was something to scout.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a common place people would proxy. I've definitely scouted there myself. I know maybe he just knows like DM Tech is a cheesier player or something, and he knows he likes the proxy, so that's why he's like, okay, I'm going to scout for this because it might be something he's going to do. And sure enough, it is. So does that give Oystein a little bit of advantage here? He's already made more Lings earlier than Striker, and he's already got that colony on the way. No natural expansion taken. So, yeah. I say I'd favor Oystein's position a little bit better than I did Striker's here.
Yeah, 100%. He's also sending Zerglings across the map, and this is so hard for a pros player. What are you doing now? Do you commit to the Zerg base, or do you go back to defend the Zerglings? You will definitely lose some probes anyways. You cannot do damage if you send that Zealot back. So, oh, it's even stopping. The Zealot is actually stopping the middle. It lost track of the Zerglings.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
It looks like he put a pylon out here. Oh, okay. I was going to say, looks like he put a pylon out here to maybe delay the Lings and force them to kill it. And he actually is going to get that. So I would say nice heads up play. Like, he even got the cancel. It just buys him a little bit more time, I think. But is it going to be enough? There's still 5 Zerglings in his main base here. And no Zealot to help defend.
It is coming. Oh, will he lose that pylon? The Zealot is coming, but it's getting stuck on the own probes. Oh my god, losing that pylon. Wow.
Yeah. But unfortunate, it does supply block him a little bit. But Tech did kill 2 of those Zerglings, so there is only 3 left. Does pick off a probe. So one Zealot can deal with 3 Lings a lot better than it can deal with 5, so
And
I think
now
he'll
will we
eventually
see
be able
the
to clean that up.
breakout?
Meanwhile, what do we have on the other side of the map? We got a Zealot wall at the choke here of Zerg.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. It was not really possible on Monte Cristo, but if you can contain the Zerg on one base, you can actually play a pretty fine game against the one base Zerg. You just have to keep this wall up, and it's not going to work. There are several holes in the wall, and now the Zerglings will easily break out.
Yeah, cleans up most of those Zealots. There's a few that get out and get in behind the minerals, but there's still a lot of Lings left. He could even send a bunch of those down to pick off that pylon. And it looks like he's going to do just that. So no more Zealots will be able to be made for the time being.
Yeah, and the speed is even finishing now for the Zerglings, so I'm not sure how Tech can hold this. I mean, Oystein can just run across the map with all of those Zerglings now and just kill the Pro's base. You see, Tech is even getting some cannons in his mineral line. There's no way he's gaining a base up anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he even spent the time to kill the gateways there.
No.
I guess he's not thinking about going across the map, so he's like, oh, I'll just kill the gateways and I'll kill these Zealots. But I feel like if he had sent them after he killed that pylon, he would have got there and there would have been maybe 1 cannon done and been able to just end the game right there. Like, those 3-4 Zealots weren't going to kill his main.
Yes.
With the sunken there and drone drills and more Lings coming, so he's going to go across now, but now DM Tech is going to have at least 2 cannons up and probably will be able to hold at least for the time being.
Yeah. I guess Oystein just wanted to get the second base up, so in case he cannot finish the game, he would be on one base against one base, which is not ideal, so he wanted to make sure to get the second base up. I guess that's the reason there.
Yeah, that's fine. I would still say it's pretty good position here. He does have a lot of Lings that he can't really do anything with, though, at the moment. Maybe he could pick off, like, a gateway or something on the, like, take some damage to pick it off. I don't know if he wants to. Okay, yeah, he can actually hit that gateway.
Yeah.
Without getting hit by a cannon, but...
I think he should totally attack it, if he can hit it without the cannon hitting it back, so he can, like, use at least 3 Zerglings attacking the gateway from the right side, so he should definitely do that, in my opinion.
And he might be able to get the core then too, with a couple of Lings. But it looks like he's just going to send a few Lings out across the map. He's just going to scout every base, make sure there's nothing more proxied, no hidden base coming out of Tech anywhere. And he's going to be happy to find that there is nothing anywhere. Or maybe sad, because if there was something, he could probably kill it. But yeah. So nothing to be found. Where do you go from here? It looks like Tech is going to go ahead and throw down some Templar archives. So maybe he's going to try and sneak out some DTs or just get some Templars out here pretty quickly. +1 has been started for the Zealots. No leg speed as of yet. I think he's probably just going to get some DTs and maybe use those to secure his expansion.
Yes. Yeah, and there's nothing that Oystein can really do. If we check where the overlords are, they are nowhere to be seen. So, yeah, if he had one overlord in the choke here with all the Zerglings, then there would be no danger. But now this DT could kill a lot of Zerglings and is free to roam the map, so it always is a danger to a Zerg player. So maybe Tech can use that to his advantage to come back into the game.
Yeah, no DT started as of yet. He doesn't quite have enough gas. Okay, there's the first DT on the way. So once that is out, he should be able to push out onto the map and get some cannons up at his natural and get a second base going for himself.
So what do we have here on Oystein's side? We have the Spire and the Hydralisk then. And we have also some, here, sunken in the natural. So it looks like he's pretty safe against anything that could come. Is there an overlord in the main? Yes, there is an overlord in the main. So no 20 kill DT.
Yeah. Unless he made some Corsairs or something. But as we can see, he does not have any Stargate anyway. So +1 is almost done. Speed is almost done for the Zealots too. So I'm interested to see if he wants to maybe try and push across the map, or he just wants to defend. I think he should probably just defend until at least he gets a couple of cannons and maybe a storm out or something, just so he's a little bit safe from these Lings counterattacking, which they're trying to do right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
I
blade
mean,
speed is done.
the +1 should finish anytime soon. Yeah, like any second. So I think his Zealot force is stronger than the Zergling force at this point. And the city is also here. So, oh, it can pick off the third base attempt. Is there Overlord speed? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't see any overlords moving, but it's not being researched at the moment either. So he does stop that third base, which is nice. Zerglings are going to get in and take out this cannon.
Oh, I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, he just basically traded that whole group of Lings for one cannon.
Yeah. Okay,
But,
Mutalists are... Okay, never mind. It actually makes sense. So now he can use the Mutalists to deny the second base. Because there's no anti out for tech. He has 2 Templars building, so he can get an Archon soon. But that means the second base could die.
Yeah, does he have enough mutants? He's only got 3 here. One more coming across the map, but we do have a bunch of Zealots poking in at the natural as well. It looks like there should be enough to hold this with a third Sunken coming up.
Yes.
So, yeah, definitely. He even pulled the drones just to be extra safe, but he is going to deny that attack.
Okay,
Pretty nice.
the Archon is coming, so I think he could save the Nexus. The 3 Mutalists or 4 now are doing damage too slowly, so yeah, maybe he can do it. There are more, so at this point it's like 6 Mutalists. 6 Mutalists can kill an Archon with good micro.
Yeah, even just spreading them possibly.
Yes.
If he can get this Nexus, it'll be really good for Oystein. Like DM Tech really needs this Nexus to finish or get up and get mining from this base. So Archon does kill one of them, but he can just continue to move these mutas around. Like the Archon can't fight them all at once. He really wants that Nexus.
I think he's getting hit too much. I don't think he will get it.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not
controlling the
microing
music.
anymore.
It's so close. Oh no! Look at this, 30 health.
If he microed a bit more, he could have easily gotten it. Wow.
It survives with 30 HP. I mean, if that went down, so did DM Tech's chances in this game, but it still might. Like, he could just try and run in there with those Zerglings even and pick it off.
I really wonder if Storm is done. Because I don't see Storm researching, but there's one High Templar. And he needs it against the Hydra.
Yeah, it's gotta be done, right?
I hope so for him.
I hope so, yeah.
Oh, Link's coming from the left. Can he do it?
He's gonna go for the Nexus Snipe. I think he's gonna get it, yeah.
Oh my god. And the Storm is used against the 3 Zerglings or so it killed. Oh.
It's really unfortunate there for DM Tech. But, I mean, that puts Oystein in a really great position. DM Tech is going to try and deny this third base attempt again with the DT, but it's not going to happen this time. Overlord there, Hydra's there. No dice for that DT. So, Zerg is going to get that third base up, and DM Tech is going to have to remake his naturals. So, yeah. This is looking good for Oystein.
Yes, very good. He's so far ahead at this point. He just... Yeah, he just needs to play a normal game now. So, for example, I think if a Protoss is ahead, he needs to make sure, to be safe against any drops, to make sure he has enough for a Mutalist switch. Like, he has to make sure to check many things so that he's not surprised and lose the game because he didn't think of a single thing. But I think for Zerg, if he just plays his normal game, there's not really a lot of things that can surprise him, right?
Yeah.
Maybe some Reaver drops or like fast Storm drops or anything like that. But if he just, builds up normally, I think he's pretty fine.
Yeah, we did see Oystein try and take this bottom right base, but they still slow Overlords. so that DT did get the kill on the drone. I think Overlord speed is just about finished here, so then he will be able to secure that 4th base, no problem.
Yeah.
We have a couple lings around the map scouting, everywhere except for the mineral base, which is the base that Protoss is most likely to take next. So
Yeah.
kind of interesting there, but yeah, he's not going to get away with any sneak expansions, although that Zealot did kill the Zergling at the 12th block there. So going to be able to push away that DT and secure his 4th base, which is fine. I mean, he's ahead. He's so far ahead, he could just get more ahead, right? Like,
Yeah.
we can even see Protoss hasn't even fully saturated that natural yet, which is kind of surprising considering it's been done and he really needs to get some mining going, but...
Yeah, I don't think he made the probes the whole time. He probably cut a lot of probes because he was on one base and he needed to get like his anti-air, the Archon, out very soon. He wanted to go for the DT, he wanted to get the +1 and the Zealot speed. I think he cut some probes there, so it really cuts into his economy now.
Yeah, even still, like, his main base is starting to get low just as he's starting to mine from his natural here. A few probes just kind of idle in the mineral line. Like, he's really hurting, and Zerg is just massive. Like, I don't know. Is he just going to try and attack into Zerg here and then lose his army and that's it? Because he doesn't even have observers out yet, right? Yeah, he's got the Robo, but no observatory. So these lurkers are going to deny any attempt from Zerg, or from Protoss, sorry. Although I say that he kind of goes around the Zerg army here.
Also, how are the storms?
Yeah.
Ah, pretty decent first storms, but he only has like 1 more. Okay, he actually has 3 more. That's pretty nice.
And gets some damage, only kills 1 Hydralisk. Oh, okay, there's a pretty good storm.
Yeah, he actually has 2 more even.
So, very nice storms. Alright, he kills some even more. Like, he killed all these Hydras, which is nice, but he has no storms left now.
Yeah, he needs to warp that Archon quickly and reinforce with more storms. So this is a big mistake if he engages here now. If you win a fight as a Protoss, but you have no storms left, you have to reinforce your army with storms. You can't just commit.
I don't think it matters. Like, even though those storms were good, he killed that full army. There's just way too much. He doesn't have anything to deal with the lurkers. There's still way too many Hydras coming out from Oystein. And yeah, like, lurkers at the 3rd base. There's no way Protoss is ever going to get a 3rd base here. He doesn't have an army to contest with Zerg. We can see he's down. He's down 30 supply. Like, with this, down 30 supply, down about 10 workers, down 2 bases. He doesn't really have any sort of advantage going for him here.
Yeah, there's a little force Zealot attack going to the 4th base, but there are Hydras. He's not going to get anything done here. And what I really like about Oystein is he has that unit at every single base except the 6 o'clock. But he's really doing a good job scouting.
Oh, well, we do have the first observer out. He is going to clear out these lurkers, maybe?
Or is
maybe
he?
Not. Never. He cleared out 2 of the lurkers and loses the rest of his army there. Yeah, I mean, like, DM Tech just has no army. He's got 1 Zealot and 1 Templar. And I guess that's the game. There's no GG. It just kind of ended. No one laughed.
Yeah, I was thought, oh my god, this leg is really hard now.
Yeah, I was like, why did it all of a sudden? But yeah. So I guess that means Oystein wins and forces a game 3 here.
Yes. And we will jump right into this game 3 right away.
This has been a pretty close group. So far, all of our series have gone to game 3.
Yes. Okay, the map will be Neo Sylphid. And remember guys, this is the winner's match and it's a best of 3 and we are at 1-1. So the winner of this game will advance in 1st place out of his group and will be able to play in the round of 8 next week.
The loser still won't be eliminated. He will be going to the final match, which we do not know his opponent until we watch the loser's match. So.
Yep. So the score is 1-1 now. Let me fix it. And now we can go. So on the left side here we have our green Zerg, Oystein.
All right. And on the right side of the map, we have our pale yellow Protoss, sorry, DM Tech. All right, so your pick was Striker and Oystein to make it out. My pick was Tech and Striker to make it out. So one of us is about to be right on one of those guesses of one of the players making it out here.
Yes.
Looks like we're getting some more complaints about lag in this game, though.
Yeah, so talking about lag, from my side, the stream looks to be fine right now. So maybe we can get another round of feedback. I mean, there's not much I can do anymore, but it would still be nice to know if it's nice for you guys as well.
Yeah. It seems to have gotten better since, our first couple of series, but... All right. Well, looks like we're probably going to have a gateway coming out of DM Tech here again, yes. He seems to favor these gateway openings. Like, have we even seen him go Forge first in any of the games today? I feel like he's gone either 2-gate or gateway expanded in every game so far.
Yeah, I think so. And I think he did the same in the last Thursday or 2 Thursdays ago when we casted him in the round of 32. I think he went for a gateway first every game as well. Yeah. Only one game I remember was Forge. Yeah, I think one Forge game was there, but overall I guess he really likes to go gateway first.
Yeah, definitely likes using that micro early on or putting on that early pressure onto Zerg. Looks like he's going to get a little bit of a block here on the hatchery. Probably won't be too long with the 2 drones here. But yeah, he's still blocking it, so that's nice. Delayed it by at least 50 minerals now.
Yeah, very good blocking. I mean, even with 2 drones, I mean, Oystein sent 2 drones, but I mean, he's just long distance mining with the second drone instead of trying to get the probe.
Okay, he will get the hatchery down now after making some lings.
Yeah.
Looks like he is making, what, 6 lings here? So, gotta be careful as DM Tech against 6 lings. I'd almost want to see him send that Zealot back. Okay, he is going to send that Zealot back. 1 Zealot and a probe isn't going to fare too well against 6 Zerglings. You gotta wait for your buddy at least to meet up before you want to take those on. So he's just going to go ahead, throw down his Forge, and start on his wall here, it looks like.
Oh, rally point? Okay. Just saw the Zealot leaving the base. That would be pretty dangerous against 6 Zerglings, or 5.
Yep. But no, he's got his wall up, so he should be perfectly fine here. Zerglings aren't going to be able to get in.
Yeah.
And yeah, looks like shipping up to be normal opening here. Oystein is getting ready to take his 3rd hatchery at that mineral only.
There it is. Actually, it looks like Tech is going for the Nexus before the cannon now. So this is pretty risky, I would say, because the Zerg, he has so many Zerglings, he can just kill that gateway very easy. You can see that the gateway is pretty far away from the Zealots, so if the Zealots want to defend the gateway, they need to go out of their position for quite a bit, and they can get surrounded by Zerglings, and that can be pretty dangerous. But thankfully for him, Oystein did not attack the gateway as soon as possible. He will try now, but I think it's too late now. The cannon will finish.
He's still gonna have to bring those Zealots out and do some damage to these lings. But yeah, he's not gonna lose it or anything. He's gonna get that cannon finished and be perfectly fine. He actually looks like he pulled a couple extra probes to block just in case. Yeah, doesn't want those lings running by, getting on top of that cannon or getting into his main. Now he's feeling fine with that cannon done and some probes. He's just gonna push out with those Zealots. He's even gonna add in a 2nd cannon here, not wanting to die to some kind of like speed link follow-up or anything like that. Looks like we're not having speedlings though. Looks like we're going to have a 3-hatch Hydra as the Hydra list den is just finishing up here now.
Yes, but it looks like the Zealots will be able to scout it, because so far Oystein does not have enough Zerglings to deny this. So it will be interesting to see if Tech chooses to go for the main base to scout the Hydras. No, he's just going for a 3rd base here.
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of larva or anything for Oystein to make a lot more Zerglings at this point, so Nice little zealot block too on this bridge to kind of stop the Lings from getting through, or at least slow them down.
I would just go to natural now and block it on the bridge again.
Yeah. Oh, he's taking a few free hits on those Zerglings. He is engaging now, but there's just so many Zealots here. Nice little micro from DM Tech, not losing any of these Zealots yet. Okay, first one goes down. Still has 4 Zealots alive. 2 of them are really low. One of them's on 1 health. But no, he's continuing to hit away at this hatchery, forcing more and more Zerglings to be made. He still doesn't know about any Hydralisks critically. Oystein hasn't revealed any Hydralisks yet.
Yeah, I have to say, pretty good micro here by Tech, really trading very efficiently against those Zerglings. Oh wow. And can he get the hatch even? There are no units coming. There are just no units.
Yeah, he's making more links, but there is a Hydra being built at this third base as well, so DM Tech is going to see the Hydra, and I think he's going to get the hatch,
Wow. Getting the hatch and scouting the Hydras? That's so huge, you can't even believe it how huge this is for Protoss. It's so nice to see that early Hydras.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake even building that Hydralisk at that hatchery that was being attacked.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he had enough links to clean it up, so he's like, okay, I'll start my Hydra production now, but critically, DM White saw that, so we can see, like, he knows he did a lot of damage, so he's just throwing down a lot of cannons. Like, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4 more cannons. He knows he just has to survive now. He killed the hatchery, he's got the damage done. As long as he doesn't die here, he's in such a good position, he should be able to win this game. So.
Yeah, and he can also just not make the Corsair. You always want to get the Corsair as soon as possible to get that scouting information of the Zerg base, but now that he has seen the Hydra, he actually knows what the Zerg is doing already, so he does not need to build the Corsair right now, and he can just use the resources for something else, like just getting more cannons, getting his Templar archive a bit earlier, researching his Storm earlier. This is so nice for the Protoss.
Yeah. And we see Oystein's continuing to build Hydra, so he's just going all in with this, it looks like. And DM Tech is respecting this as a possibility. Like, he's adding even in a couple more cannons. But he knows, like, he can afford to build all these cannons because he knows, like, as long as I don't die to this, I'm in such a good position killing that third hatchery that I'm just going to win the game. They're just so far ahead otherwise. And you can even see that in the worker count. Like, he's more than double the workers. All he has to do is live there.
The only thing I notice is there's actually not a single gateway out, so he's researching Storm, but he cannot make any High Templars, so that's a problem. He has another gateway building in the natural, but that will take a long time until it's finished, until it produces a High Templar, and until that High Templar has enough energy, so I'm getting a bit scared for the Protoss at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, Zerg is still continuing to build Hydralisk. At what point is he going to pull that trigger? There's going to be no units more units to help defend for a little bit, but Zerg has to pull the trigger at some point if he's going to continue to make Hydras. He is taking another hatchery, so maybe he's got ideas of transitioning here to a bit more of a macro game. But I don't know, because like he's made so much. Okay, here's the trigger now. Here he goes. Will this be enough? There's so many cannons here.
Yeah, and the cannons are too many. But still, the 2 Zealots are down and the Storm is not here. Yeah, but yeah, there are just too many cannons and the Storm will be here in like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, he even remaking 3 of those cannons that got taken out, so yeah, I don't know. He's just massing cannons, look at this.
And now he actually added the core there later on, so now he wants to see what is the follow-up for the Zerg player. Will he continue to make Hydralisk? Will he try to transition into a macro game? It looks like... Yeah, it just looks like he's trying to transition because he's making drones now, and the Corsair is seeing that. He's seeing the retake in third base, he's seeing the amount of drones, he's maybe also seeing some drones hatching out of the X, so he knows he can just make units now and maybe take a third base himself afterwards.
Yeah, he even sees that 4th hatchery going down in the lair here. So he knows everything that's going on. Looks like he even cancelled the cannon, one of his cannons or something at least too.
Yes.
So he's perfectly fine. He knows he knows he's well ahead anyway, regardless of making all these cannons. So I expect we're just gonna see, you know, him macro up here, get a couple of rounds of units out from his gateways, and you know, go across the map and kill Zerg. I don't know if Zerg has enough time to be able to defend this, because like we saw, he was so low on drones for so long. Even now, he's still half the drone supply of DM Tech here.
Yeah.
So even if he makes nothing but drones for the next minute, or if he makes enough drones to catch up to DM Tech, in economy, he's not gonna have the unit count to deal with the push out. So
Yeah, that is true. The only, I don't know, maybe the Mutalist switch and catching all the High Templars when there are no anti-air. That's the only thing I could see him coming back. And he is actually getting the Spire here, so maybe that's an option. He has a lot of gas. He's actually taking the second gas as well, so maybe that could be the plan. So there is not a single anti-air unit out for tech, and there's 3 High Templars. So maybe the Mutalist can come in time and kill those High Templars.
yeah, I feel like that is his play here. That's got to be right. Why else would he be taking the second gas when he's got so much and getting the Spire up?
Yeah.
So I do think we're going to see the most likely, like you said, probably a muted transition here to pick off the Templars if he can. Maybe, you know, push the Zealots back with some static defense, because he knows inevitably that there is going to be a very strong push coming, and he's going to have a hard time defending it if he's not, like, he needs to get ready basically. So yeah, we see he's got 900 minerals and gas banked, a bunch of larvae saved up, so he's going to make probably 9 mutas or something right now. Right?
Yeah, and it will be pretty close, man. The Mutalists are building now, but there's really not a single anti-air unit, and there will be like 3 storms when he moves out now, and yeah, but I mean the Mutalists can easily kill those High Templars, and then there are still many Zealots, so the Mutalists will take a long time to kill all those Zealots, but that could be his shot. That could be his only chance here. Maybe it's working.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Here come the Mutalisks now. They're flying over. They're going to probably be able to pick off those High Templars here pretty quickly.
Oh.
He's got to target those down right away. But there's just so many Zealots. Like, we got more than 2 control groups, or about 2 control groups with the Zealots there. And they can tank for a while. They're going to just plow through. They're going to just ignore the fact that the mutas are hitting them.
Yeah, he needs to save his drones.
Yeah. You could probably send like a group of Zealots up to the 3rd base as well, force Zerg to split his army up. It looks like he is going to do just that. Another Templar coming in here. Storm going down though. Well,
he's doing it. He's doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the Zerg defends this. I honestly didn't think he was going to be able to hold, but with the mutas, he had enough mutas to defend, so very nice play there.
Yeah, that was the only chance, and he took it, and he got the perfect timing with the Mutalists. They really hatched in the perfect moment, and
yeah.
like tech was already too far to the Zerg side for going back, and he was not early enough to do a lot of damage before the Mutalist can catch his High Templar. So it was really the perfect timing. So now Oystein has another shot, but it's still, of course, a very hard climb back into the game because it's 3 base against 3 base now.
Yeah, he is taking a 4th base. It's not quite halfway down there. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm really impressed by the hold. I didn't think he was going to be able to hold the next push out from DM Tech. But because of the lack of anti-air and the muta timing was just so well done, he did hold it. But yeah, like you said, he's still far behind. Like, he's still 10 workers down. We can see he's still down 40 supply. So it's still a very, very high uphill battle if he wants to take this game.
Yes, there's still almost no anti-air. There are 2 Archons now, which are very good, but I want to see some more goons. But yeah, he's not making them. Where are the Mutalists? I don't see them. Are they all dead? No, they can't be dead.
Yeah, maybe he flew them into the cannons, or did they die to the Archons? No, the Archons both have 0 kills. So.
Yeah, I don't see them. Ah, they're on the right there.
Okay.
But now we have a fight here, and I don't think Oystein can hold this.
Yeah. His first defense was nice, but there's no way he can defend this, and he knows it too. Yeah. There's the GG.
GG.
So, yeah, DM Tech does advance first out of this group. So we do have another Protoss in the round of 8. It's not going to be 7 Zergs.
Nice. Okay,
It'll
so
probably be 6
congratulations to Tech. Yeah, and you got the prediction right there, the first one.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We both said Striker, but he's in the losers bracket, so there's still a good chance for your Oystein in the final match.
Yeah, okay, so now we will take a look at the losers match, which will be Striker against P-Tech, so ZVZ here. By the way, I want to mention thanks a lot, guys, for all the support here in the stream. Like we had 2 subscriptions there. We had some bit donations by Gruglock and a lot of followers. So thank you guys, even with the technical difficulties. I really hope they're gone now. I think it looks fine from my side, and yeah, I just hope we will see a lot more nice games, and it will be a good stream after all.
Yeah, definitely the lag has been fixed, so that last series went a lot more smoothly. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for everyone who's stuck in with the stream so far. It's been long because of this, but hey, we're still here. We're still streaming, and we got 2 more best of 3s coming for you guys. So let's get into it.
Yes, and this is Striker versus P-Tech. I'm preparing the overlay right now as we speak. And here we are. Everything is set up. The game is loaded. We have nice colors, and you will be able to see them right now. So here we have the map whiteout, by the way, in the 6 o'clock position. Or is it 5? I'm not sure. We see the magenta Zerg, Striker.
Alright, and in the top right we have our pink Zerg, 187 core, aka P-Tac. So, ZVZ, our first non-PVZ of the night?
Yeah.
Or evening, or day, or wherever.
I would say we switch the colors. We can actually switch them to red and blue, so that would be a bit better to see the fights, I guess, in ZVZ.
Yeah. Alright, so now Striker in the red. Alright, well, first off, looks like P-Tac may have a slight advantage just in the fact that his Overlord is going to scout Striker's base out first, and he'll see kind of what's going on here, whereas Striker's going to be left in the dark. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win the game or anything. We do have, looks like a 9 hatch coming out from P-Tac.
Yeah.
And 12 pool from Striker.
I think it was a 10 edge, but I don't think that's a big difference. I think he did a gas trick before.
Okay.
Yeah, so how will these builds go up against each other? I'm not sure.
Yeah, neither of us being ZVZ experts. We do have that gas coming now, I would say, from Striker. So it looks like he's going to want to get some either some Zergling speed or fast lair coming out here.
Yeah.
Where we do have that gas being taken as well from P-Tac. Not too far behind, so if they both go for lair speed first, it'll be pretty even. And now we have a hatchery coming down from Striker as well. So it feels like these builds could almost end up in the same place, just in a slightly different order. So P-Tac will have a little bit faster hatchery, so a little bit more larva early on, but Striker's going to have those earlier lings and a little bit faster gas here.
Yeah, so usually you can say that the one with if the builds are very similar, the one with the earlier drones or the earlier hatchery is in a very slight advantage, because yes, a bit more economy or a bit earlier double lava production, but he will still have enough units to defend any attack because the builds are so similar. So we'll probably see that here the first 6 links are on the way for Striker, but we already have the 6 links hatching right now, or even 8 links now for P-Tech.
Yeah, so I saw Striker pulled 1 drone off of gas after getting link speed, but he still got 2 mining and started his lair. Looks like P-Tac pulled all of his drones off gas, so he's going to be committing more to link style, whereas Striker's going to be able to get those mutas and air tech out a lot sooner. But Striker will have link speed a little bit before P-Tac here, though it looks like P-Tac has more than enough Zerglings to defend any kind of pressure from Striker, so Looks like both players are just going to be content, fine to sit here, although PTAC continuing to build those Zerglings. Striker is actually going to throw down a creep colony at his natural base. Does he know about the natural? He must. Okay, he definitely knows now. He didn't before. He sees a lot of Zerglings coming out, so yeah, I guess he needs this colony.
Yes, he definitely does. As we said, the double lava production was a bit earlier for PTEC, so he has more Zerglings. So I think he needs that Sun colony. And we actually have a run by there. Wow, very nice.
Okay, so there's battle going on at two places at once. We got the Sunken and Lings defending here for Striker. Looks like he will hold. How many drones did he get? I'm not sure.
I
looks
think
like
it was two or three.
Yeah.
I think three maybe.
I would say Striker came out ahead there. Yeah, okay, he's just gonna GG. I guess he felt like he took too much damage. Striker definitely had the drone advantage. Like he was up 3 drones there, and he defended. He's got enough Lings to hold any counter. So yeah, I guess PTAC felt he was too far behind.
Yes.
Striker also had the lair on the way too. Let's not forget. So.
Yeah, so PTEC was going for the many Zerglings, and he did have more Zerglings. But I mean, you could see sometimes the sheer number of Zerglings is not enough. If you have like a nice little trick with the run by, and you have an additional sunken, that can really outplay the player with more Zerglings, and that's what we saw here for Striker. So very nice.
Yeah, good positioning there from him.
Okay, next game is loaded up. We have one question in the chat here. Are you German, MasterReY? Yes, I am German. Okay, right. So losers match, game 2 between Striker and PTEC. Game is loaded up, overlay is prepared. And the map is Escalate. So in the top left corner here, in blue, we see our Zerg being 1 game away from elimination. It is PTEC.
And in the bottom left, our red Zerg, none other than Striker. So once again, it looks like in this game, we have the Overlord going the correct direction here for PTAC. He will get to Striker's base first, whereas Striker's Overlord is going in the wrong direction. And again, as we saw in the last game, even it didn't necessarily mean that PTAC was going to win that game because Striker won it. Will that point in the same direction here? Is Striker going to win even though PTAC's going to get a little bit of a scouting edge? I don't know. We'll have to see. Are they going to go for the same builds? Maybe.
Yeah. Zergs or ZVZs can happen, or they can end so quickly. They can just get turned on its head so quickly. It's so interesting in the beginning.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting things, we're actually having a gas first coming out of Striker here. For no pool, no hatch, he's just gonna go straight into his gas. So he just probably wants like as fast as he can get link speed here, or lair, or both. Probably both, I would have to guess, if it's getting it this early, right? Like he's gonna have 100 gas before his pool is done, or 150 gas before his pool is done, right?
Yeah, I think we'll see a very fast lair. So
yeah,
if you get just Zergling speed, you would usually get the gas right after the pool, I think. But in this case, yeah, as you said, he will mine more than 100 gas. Otherwise, the gas first makes really no sense. So we'll see that lair, or maybe
this
both.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, this looks like he's probably wants to go for both. We'll see if he pulls any. Doesn't look like he's pulling drones, so I'm gonna guess, yeah, he's gonna get lair and link speed here as fast as possible. And unfortunately for him, I mean, PTAC is gonna be able to scout this. Like his Overlord's gonna get here just shortly after the lair started. Yeah, instant lair and link. So he will see that the lair has started for his lair. And be able to adjust accordingly, whereas Striker still doesn't know what is going on PTAC's side of the map.
Yeah, we saw P-Tech just delaying his gas mining a bit. His simulator was done for a while, but he did not started mining, so his own circling speed or layer slightly delayed here. But he has the hatchery in the going up in the natural, so if he can hold that, that's a nice thing for him. But Striker will have the earlier Mutilus, so that will be mostly the deciding factor, I guess, when the Mutilus hatch.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to trick P-Tac at all, because he is probably not expecting Ling speed as soon as it's going to come. Because he didn't know when that gas went down, so he may have thought that Striker just got 150 gas as soon as he started the layer. When really we know he was like mined 100 gas more than that, so he might not be expecting Ling speed as soon. Like, Ling speed is actually now done here for Striker. Where it's only just started for P-Tac. It doesn't look like he's actually doing anything with this Ling speed. So maybe not, but yeah, Spire is already on the way as well, and the layer is still morphing in for P-Tac.
Yes, yeah, P-Tech this time has like double production, so he has definitely more Zerglings and he will have his own Zergling speed. So we'll see the Mutilus, the early Mutilus, but we have seen many games actually where one player goes for the one base or one hatch Mutilus very early on, and the other player just overwhelms him with many speed Zerglings out of 2 hatcheries right before the Mutilus can hatch. So maybe that's what we'll see out of P-Tech here. He has a lot more Zerglings, so I'm really a bit scared. But Striker is making more Zerglings here.
Yeah, Striker actually has a drone lead. Okay, he just evened it up now with 12 apiece. But Spire is coming down here for both players. Spire is almost done for Striker, where it's only about halfway done for P-Tac. So there might be a little opportunity for Striker to use his mutas here. Maybe pick off something like even just an Overlord, because he does have scouting on that one Overlord leaving his base before P-Tac can get in there. But the longer this game goes on, P-Tac is going to have access to that second gas. So he will be able to catch up and overtake Striker in the amount of Mutilus just by having that second gas and extra larva production. Although, as I say, that the second hatchery does finish here for Striker in his main as well.
Yeah. But yeah, the second gas is a good point. We also saw P-Tech getting some additional drones here. So P-Tech has to be careful. Maybe he gets overrun by Zerglings now. That could happen if the Mutilus kills some Zerglings here for free and then park in between the main base and the natural. Maybe P-Tech could get overwhelmed by Zerglings himself.
Yeah, that would be a bit unfortunate for him. We have the Mutilus flying into the main base here. Mutilus only about halfway done morphing here for P-Tac at the moment, so he's going to be able to pick off at least a few drones here. Scourges are now coming in. Nice micro so far from Striker.
Oh, okay. Wow. Was that 4 in 1 Mutilus? I think so.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, because none of those mutas have any damage on them.
Yes. And that could definitely cost him the game here. I think it does.
Yeah. Does pick off another one.
Oh,
only used one Scourge on it, but so that's pretty nice. But yeah. Good advantage here for Striker, getting a lot of damage done. Still pretty even. I mean, the supplies are even, drone counts are even. But he has a few more mutas. Scourges will chase them away though. Okay. I think that evened the muta count out here.
Maybe. To be honest, I think Striker got this.
Oh, all those mutas are super low. Look at that. They're all like 1 HP.
Yeah, almost. That's how the Scourges should hit. Like every Scourge to 1 Mutilus and not 4 Scourges to a single Mutilus. Yeah. So now you can see Striker can just he can just do whatever he wants now. He can just go to the main base of P-Tech, and those 3 Mutilus that are low HP will not be able to help at all. So I think this game is actually over at this point.
Yeah, it might take a minute or two, but what can he do? As soon as he loses those Mutalisks, it's over. He can't mine from his main base. He's just going to lose a couple more drones. Striker is a couple drones ahead here still. Like, He's just continuing to cement his lead. He's even taking his natural here, so he's getting his own second gas up and running, which is the only advantage P-Tech really had here. And he's only mining from his second gas with one drone. So.
Yeah, and very nice micro by Striker. Very nice. And it's 6 full HP Mutalisks against like 3 low HP Mutalisks now, so yeah. And that means P-Tech is on only 1 gas against the soon to be 2 gases for Striker, and Striker's already in the Mutalisk advantage. So there's really nothing P-Tech can do to catch up.
Yep. And that should be it there. No Mutalisks left. He's going to lose all his drones. And he's just going to leave the game there. All right.
GG.
So our first 2-0. Unfortunately for P-Tech, that does mean he is eliminated from BSL. And Striker gets another chance to move on to the round of 8 by playing Oystein in our final best of 3 of the afternoon, night, evening, wherever you are.
Yes. So let's find out who will advance from the final match. Striker against Oystein.
Which will be a ZVP.
Yes. So the map is Whiteout. Yeah, Whiteout in ZVP. I don't know. It's Whiteout is very hard to take a third base on this map, for Protoss at least. If the Zerg goes for many Hydras, it's very wide open. Very hard to get good storms there.
Yeah, the third base is kind of close to your natural, but like you said, it's so wide open that Zerg can come from many different angles. You need like extra cannons to protect it, a couple of Templars with storms, and you need more to defend it than on a map, say like Fighting Spirit, where you only need a couple of units up your ramp and a Templar or something to hold that third base. We'll see if that plays in a factor in this game or not.
Yes, and we'll find out. Right now, game is loaded up. Seems fine, yeah.
And so maybe they fix their lag issues.
Yes. Okay, on the top right position of Whiteout, we have our Zerg player. It is Striker.
And in the top left, we have our blue Protoss, Oystein. All right. Well,
okay.
Like you said.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna say, like you said, this is definitely an interesting map. It's got those foresty areas, which this Overlord is kind of flying over now.
Yeah.
You need air units to get a good vision here. We'll see when the probe scouts and goes through that it barely has any vision of the surrounding area. That's because the terrain tile set here makes it so you don't have very good high ground vision or something. Only air units can see, basically.
Yeah.
So that can come into play. Maybe not as much in this matchup because you're usually going to have observers and Corsairs as Protoss, or you're going to have Overlords flying with you as your Zerg army. But you can definitely see that used sometimes, like, oh, you have an army in here, or maybe you're chasing a probe and you lose sight of it and you can't catch it. So you can see now as the probe goes through the forest, he barely has any vision of anything. So, yeah.
Okay, so what do we see here? We see actually the normal overpull here for Striker again, so very common build order. And now he wants to go for the hatchery very soon, I guess, and the probe is ready to block it. So where are the drones coming? Okay, one drone coming. Nice block here already by the probe. Oh, but he's not actually blocking the natural. He's preferring to scout, okay? That's interesting.
And I think he just wants to make sure that their spawning pool isn't done already. Like, sometimes you get a Zerg fake you out, right? If they know you're about to scout, they'll send that drone to make you think you're taking a hatchery, and meanwhile there's 6 lings on their way to your base. And you're like, oh, okay, I'm just dead because I didn't know. But yeah, just wanting to play it a little bit safer, maybe. Just to confirm that it was indeed an overpool and nothing more aggressive. So he is going to send his first Zealot here across the map, seeing only 2 Zerglings, feeling comfortable enough with that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and usually if the Zerg goes for overpool, the Protoss cannot do a lot with the initial zealots if the Zerg can see them, and he does here, so he should be able to make sure to deny the zealot getting into any nice place behind the minerals or so. Usually the Zerg has enough Zerglings to do that.
Yeah, we do have a couple of Zerglings though getting into the main base here of Protoss. We'll see if he can get anything done. It's always a little bit of a pain here. Maybe he can pick off a couple of probes, slow Protoss down a little bit. It's also forcing one of these zealots to come back here, just to deal with that. It's just going to hit at that pylon for now. I don't think he'll be able to kill that with the zealot here, but just kind of annoying and stressing the Protoss out a little bit.
Yeah, but it will be more than a little bit annoying very soon, because we have the Zergling speed and more Zerglings. Okay, actually now he's making another drone, but there are some more Zerglings coming, and when the Protoss has to use one zealot to chase those Zerglings in the main base, that means there's a gap in the wall, so the other Zerglings could run through, and that could be very dangerous.
Yeah, that one zealot in the middle of the forest there did draw some of those lings to chase it. Which bought him a little bit of time, but it's not enough time. That cannon isn't done. These lings are in here. Speed is almost done, about 80% anyway. And this is looking like it could be trouble here for the Protoss. Could this be the end here? Like, he's gonna... This is a hard defense, you know? Lings in your base are never fun.
Yeah, Striker's actually going back to making drones now, so I think if he committed here, I mean, he didn't know that he will get 8 Zerglings with speed in the main base, but if he committed with 2 more Zerglings, I think he could have easily finished the game, because now with 8 Zerglings you can even kill the cannon and then have some more Zerglings coming from the front, and it's very easy. But in this case he's going for drones, he's using the 8 Zerglings to do some damage in the main, and it's working super well, killing off those 2 zealots and killing so many drones, probes, oh my god.
Yeah, even forcing the cannon in the mineral line a little bit earlier than Protoss wanted it to be. I mean, this is just a lot of damage. He's already pretty far behind here. I mean, that doesn't mean he can't necessarily fight back, but it's going to be an uphill battle for him. Like, I would definitely give the edge to Striker at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. He killed like 5 probes at least. Oh, and they can even go to the natural, and the cannons will not reach. At least 8 probes, maybe even 9 probes killed here. Okay, 2 dead, but still, this is so much damage.
Yeah, it's never fun as Protoss. It's always a stressful situation getting lings in your main like this. It's just so hard to deal with. This is one reason I just prefer to play safer, get my forge down, get my cannons up, and then not mess around with gate expand all too often. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, what is Striker doing? He's going up to 5 hatcheries here, throwing down that Hydralisk Den. So honestly, I'm worried for Protoss. I think what we're looking at here is he's just gonna get up to his 5 hatches. He's just gonna mass out a bunch of Hydralisks and walk across the map and kill him. Like, we don't have a Stargate started. We don't have a Citadel started. Templar tech is gonna be so far off that how is he gonna stop a bunch of Hydras coming across the map?
Yeah, it's so hard. It's so frustrating as well. I can definitely relate to Oystein here. I usually go for the same strategy. I go for like a gateway first into fast Nexus, even if I scout the overpool, into losing the game basically, and it can be very frustrating, yeah.
Definitely. I mean, he's trying to force out some more units here by sending these zealots across, but it's not gonna bother Striker all that much. He's just gonna clean those up pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yep. Hydralisk upgrades are already on the way. He's still making drones, but we'll see that switch over pretty soon. Like, he's ahead in supply. He's got equal workers. We still don't have a Citadel done. It's almost half done, or it's a little over half done, sorry. But yeah, how is he going to defend 5 hatch Hydra with no Templars? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he could. He needs more cannons, and then he maybe can survive, but it will still be super hard to get back into the game. So one thing he did here is cutting the Stargate. So he's not making Stargate to get out his storm a bit earlier. So that's one little thing you can do to catch up. Of course, that makes it so that you have no scouting information. You have really no information what the Zerg is doing, so there could be like 9 Mutalisks flying into your main and kill your 1 cannon, and then it's over. But you have to take that risk. You have to cut some corners to get back into this game.
Yeah, he even made a Dragoon to kill that Overlord in his main base. Just anything, right? Get that out of there so he can't scout anymore, and maybe supply block Zerg, or at least slow him down slightly.
No.
But it's not going to be enough. Like, we already see Hydras are streaming across the map here, and Striker's going to be able to continually produce Hydras now for the next couple minutes. Hydra speed is done. Hydra range is about 33% done here. And yeah, he might even just go and dive in now. And there's only 3 cannons. Like,
he needs to pull the probes. He could defend it if he blocks the Hydras. No. Maybe.
I feel like, well, even if he kills this group of Hydras, he's still not going to get those cannons up in time for the reinforcement Hydras.
Yeah, he needs to shed more cannons.
Like, Striker's just going to pick off this wall here too. I think if the Hydras had range, they would have won it right there.
Yes.
But yeah, that's not quite done yet. Or maybe it is now, yeah. It's finished now, but... Gonna kill the gateway, gonna kill Forge. Looks like he actually even remade the gateway. Just trying to block the Hydras, buy more time for his cannons.
Oh man. And I think now it's just over.
Yeah, he got some DTs, hoping there's no overlords or something, but as we can tell, there's 2 overlords here. He's gonna be perfectly fine, and yeah, that is the game.
GG, having some quick games here in the second half of the stream.
Well,
yeah,
we have maybe only one more game, 1 or 2 more games. Maybe we'll get another macro game. We'll see. But this is do or tie time for Oystein. He has to win this game or he's eliminated and Striker will advance to the round of 8.
Yeah, he was the first player that we saw winning a best of 3 today. Oystein, that is. But now he's at the brink of elimination. He really has to pull himself together and win 2 games in a row if he wants to advance to the round of 8.
Well, if there is a chance for him, this is definitely a good map to do it on. Solid macro map. So.
And the game is loaded. The score is totally wrong. It's of course 1-0 for Striker, not for Oystein. And here we are. So, map is near Sulfit. And in the 12 o'clock position, we have our pros player who needs to win 2 games in a row. It is Oystein.
And in maybe like 8 o'clock-ish position, we will call it, we have our Red Zerg Striker, who is 1 game away from advancing from the final match into the round of 8. The last player to advance into the round of 8.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid 8 o'clock. I would totally confirm. Nice.
All right. So what strategies do we want to bring out, knowing your life is on the line here? So it looked like he was about to send that probe to scout, and then he sent it to mine minerals. So gateway expand again?
Yeah, looks to be the case.
Or wait, he was the guy that he would build the forge and then scout. Anyway, right?
Was it him? I think, yeah, it's true. It was him.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first series, I think, yeah. So we'll see. Maybe he's just going to go for the forge and then scout.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, wanting to play safe. I think that's probably a good choice after, playing that last game, going gateway expand and just kind of getting destroyed pretty easily. Letting those lings into his main and just falling apart. So playing a little bit safer here. Not a bad idea. We saw his probe movement looking for the Overlord.
Yeah, very good.
Which he did not find, so now he is going over to the 8 o'clock position, assuming that Striker is indeed there, and he will be right.
Yes, and from Striker's side we see the normal build, the Overlord into the pool, so overpool it is, hatchery coming down, not getting blocked again, so all very good. He just won a game like this very easily in the last game. So why would he change anything? But this time, of course, it's a bit different because it's a forged fast expansion. There's also the cannon coming up. So I don't think the links will go into the main this time.
Yeah. One thing I noticed, I think he got his Nexus on 12 and Cannon on 12 rather than 13-13.
Okay.
Interesting. Just a little thing I noticed, interesting enough. But yeah, still fine. We got the gateway coming down now as well. So yeah, probe just scouting around, seeing what he can sees the gas, knowing this is probably going to be a 3-hatch play.
Yeah, everything completely normal so far. Of course, in this phase, the only very important thing to do is not losing the scouting probe here for the Protoss. But we can also see Striker not really trying super hard to kill it. Sometimes we see Zergs getting like 4 or maybe even 6 Zerglings to really deny that probe from scouting. But Striker is just confident enough. He thinks, okay, let that probe scout everything, I don't care. And he's just following it with a single Zergling here.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, he making those extra lings will slow his build down too.
Yeah.
So he's confident enough to play with the knowing Protoss is going to get all this scouting information. Meanwhile, what do we have? We have the core about half done here on Protoss' side. So we'll probably see him go into Stargate, I would expect, when that is finished up.
Yes. Yeah, he's already moving the probe in position. So we'll see the Stargate, we'll see the +1 after that with the next 100 gas, which he already has right now. So where's the +1? Do it.
Still no +1.
Well, okay. He could also, yeah, okay, he's getting the Citadel.
So we might be seeing another kind of Ser DT build here, like we saw DM Tech do in that game on Escalade there against Striker, which proved to be effective for him.
Yeah, maybe.
So maybe Oystein got the replays from DM Tech. It's like, okay, this guy took a lot of damage to Stair DT. Maybe I'll do that. But,
wait, it was it also Oystein when we said he got the replay from Striker earlier?
Yeah.
That Tech is doing the proxy. So Oystein just getting all the replays from all his opponents.
Quite possibly. No.
Zergling's running in. Zergling's running in.
Alright. That's good for Striker. Even if he doesn't get any kills, he's going to see exactly what's up here. Although, never mind, he had the Overlord there anyways. So he's going to deny gas mining a little bit. Just going to try and be annoying. I don't think he's going to get too much done. There's two Zealots in here. And, yeah. He does have speed, so, I mean, if he controls them well enough, he might be able to pick up a couple of probes here. Meanwhile, Zerg just doing normal Zerg things. Spire is just about completed here. We got the 4th hatch and now the 5th hatch coming up, so looking very, very standard coming out of Striker. And he's actually going to get that cannon now in the mineral line, just maybe to help deal with those lings. Eventually you want to get that kind of anti-scourge cannon anyways, so... pretty good.
But I have to say, Oystein is doing a very interesting thing. So he delayed the +1, or he still didn't get it. But he also did not get the Templar Archive. He just now started it. He used the gas for the fast speed upgrade, and he kills the scouting Zergling right before it finishes. So that could catch Striker a bit off guard. So the Zergling speed, Zealot speed will finish any second here. He will have a lot of speed Zealots without +1, but they are much earlier than usual, so maybe he can do something, but it's only 1 gate production, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I gotta wonder now, was the forgetting the +1, was that, did he forget it, or...
Yeah, I'm not sure, because he's not doing anything with the speed now, so it's quite weird. It really looks like he sadly forgot the +1.
Yeah. He is getting 3 more gateways now. He has started +1 now, but it's going to be a long time before that's done. It's only just started, like we said. Striker's got full scouting with these Scourges. He does see that there's now 4 gateways. He sees a couple of Zealots here. Nothing being made out of any of these gateways at the moment, though. Okay, now queuing up a few units. So yeah, no DTs. So I guess it just looks more and more like he just actually forgot the +1, which again I can sympathize with him. I've done that. We've all done that as Protoss players, but a bit unfortunate. He could be feeling a bit nervous too, knowing he's only 1 game away from being eliminated.
Yeah, maybe. So at least he has the Storm out early, he has the first Templar, so he's totally fine if there would be like a Hydralisk push, but Striker's still making drones, so... yeah, he's just droning up, he's going for the macro game, he has the 6th hatch, so... I'm not sure. I think Striker's in a good position.
Yeah, looks like Protoss is going up here to 7 gateways, which is not the most common thing. Normally you'd see like 6 and then a 3rd base, or like 8 and a 2 base push. So we'll see what his plan is here. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and take a 3rd base, so maybe he just felt like he wasn't macroing well enough and needed that extra gateway.
Yeah, he's still making Corsairs as well, but he's not getting +1, so he has, how many is it? 4 Corsairs total. That's a pretty weird number, but we'll see. Maybe he goes for a big attack while killing a lot of Overlords in the process. But so far, these Zealots in the middle here, they are not enough to kill that Hydralisk force. He has no Storms with that army, he really has to be careful. And this 3rd base attempt is not going up.
Alright, Striker's actually going to turn back and maybe see if he can find and pick off those Zealots. I don't know where those Zealots are going. Maybe they're looking for the 3rd base. They're going to try and kill the 3rd base, but Striker's sending enough Hydras back to deal with that. Well, still sending another good troll group up to deny the 3rd base attempt here.
Yeah, very good split by Striker.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Meanwhile, what do we have? It looks like the Robo facility is about to finish here for Oystein. So going to be able to get his observers out here momentarily. Starting Dragoon production, and Dragoon range is almost done as well. He does have +1. +2 hasn't started yet, so it's probably going to be some kind of +1 timing. I really think it's just because he forgot it, but we'll see.
Yeah, probably, but yeah, he has all the tools that he needs to combat the Zerg. Oh, I just saw he actually trapped one of his own probes intentionally. It looked really intentionally. He moved in the corner here in the main base in the middle line, and then made another pylon to trap his own probe.
Okay.
And now, yeah, he has that grouped together with the Corsairs. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's funny.
So this will be a pretty... I mean, it's still going to be a pretty strong attack coming out from Protoss here momentarily. I think he's probably just going to wait maybe for his obs and then go. Still no +2 being researched, which I find kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Picking off an Overlord. So he's probably going to push out and try and take that 3rd base once again here. Meanwhile, Striker is moving in with a good group of Hydras and some Lurkers.
Oh, can he get the Storms?
Nice splitting and dodging from that first storm, wow.
Yeah, very good dodging so far. Yeah, 3 Storms already, not a single unit killed. Oh my god, and losing 2 High Templars there. Oh, this is very bad for the Protoss.
Yeah, this is starting to look not so good, like you were saying, very bad. Lurkers and Hydras are moving in closer and closer here to the Protoss position. Okay, a decent storm on a few of those Lurkers. And a nice storm on the Hydras, so gonna slow him down a little bit, but there's no storms left here.
Yeah, those were pretty good storms here. So now he's able to win this fight. He has a lot of goons and zealots, I have to say. So maybe he can pull something together, but he really needs to get up his 3rd base. He's actually double expanding right now.
Well, if Zerg kills one, he's still got the other, right?
Yep.
Let's see. Well, where is he going to go with this army? It's pretty big, but the thing that worries me is there's no storms here. He's got one Templar, but he doesn't have enough energy for a storm. You really, like you were saying earlier, you really need storms to fight large groups of Hydras.
Yes, 100%. You cannot do this. No, don't do it.
He's going to try for it anyway. We'll see what he can get done. Couple of lurkers in here too, getting some hits off. This is a sizable army, but he is losing all of his zealots here. Yeah, he's just gonna have to back up. Yeah.
It's just never a good trade. Even if you can win a fight very barely or so, it will never be a good trade if you have no storms against such a big group of Hydras.
Yeah, because the Zerg is going to be able to replace those Hydras a lot easier than Protoss is going to be able to replace those Zealots and Dragoons, so...
Yeah, and we can see the supply now, it's actually pretty close. But he is getting his 2 bases up, so that's very good for him. So if he can get some bit better trades in the next 1 or 2 fights, he's definitely not out of this game, and he can definitely come back with 4 bases.
Yeah, but he is going to have to hold these. We'll see. There's still... Okay, there is 1 storm available here. We'll see. Okay, he does get that storm off. Only kills 1 Hydra with it and damages a few. But he will hold this base for the time being. If he can get, like I said, if he can get both of these bases up and running and hold them, he can definitely stay and fight in this game. But that's still a lot of Hydras and a few Lurkers here for Striker.
Yeah, maybe this attack into this little choke here was also a bit maybe overconfident for Striker here. If he just went to the mineral only base, that would be a lot easier to attack, but I think now the time is over. I think Oystein got his 4 bases secured, and now he can really climb up back into this game, but he needs some more gateways. So now that he has 4 bases, you can see he has like units building in most gateways here, but he has 1k minerals, so he really needs a lot more gate, like at least 5 more or so.
He's got 2 more building, but like you said, a couple more even would be good.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, alright. Striker is taking his 5th base as well. Just about to finish up there, sending some drones to mine there, even though it's not quite done. So, yeah, both players intend to sit back, maybe get a couple of bases set up. I still think this is a pretty good position here for Striker. Like, you can still see the supplies are really close for both players. And Oystein has 10 more workers, too, so... Striker's army is actually a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger than Oystein's. We'll have to see how the next engage goes. We're going to need some good storms, I think, out of Oystein.
Yeah. Yeah, Striker ahead in supply, and yeah, that's never good for Protoss.
Alright.
Oh, that's a big Hydra clump. Perfect storm. Wow.
Very nice. A few more Templars and Storms, but they're too far in the back to get any Storms off on those Hydras. A few more Storms like that, though, and we could find him winning a fight.
Yeah, really, like the whole area of the storm was completely packed 100% with Hydralists. It was perfect.
Yeah, that's always nice when you can get a Storm like that. Alright, another Storm.
But needs to make sure that he's not losing too many Templars, because he lost 1 or 2 in the last fight as well, even if he got that perfect storm. He's getting 5th base and it's already secured. He's already mining now. So remember when we've casted the first series from Oystein, he was actually out expanding the Zerg. We can see him expanding very quickly here again. So he's really doing a very good job at that.
Almost feels like it's a style, you know, get a big army out on the map, and instead of fully committing or committing anywhere, he's just going to use that army to continue to expand, to take bases, and hopefully just out-expand the Zerg. But yes. I don't know if we're going to see that happen. I mean, Striker's going up to a 6th base himself here. And even a 7th base, which he already has Lurkers and a bunch of Hydras at in the bottom right, the 2nd main there.
Oh... Good flank by Zerg player. Where are the storms? Oh my god, no! No, that's not it. Oh.
Double storm. Well, that small group of units is gonna force a lot of storms out of Protoss, and he's gonna pick off a few Templars in that process too.
Yeah, so there was this double storm that was overlapping, but the first storm was actually a triple storm on the same place. 3
Oh
Templars.
no. 3? I thought it was only 2, but I guess 3.
It
Oh
was
man.
first 3 and then 2 like almost on top of each other. So it was
Okay,
actually
okay.
5 storms.
That's a bit unfortunate. Feeling the panic and just mass storming. I guess that means maybe he has all his Templars on hotkeys or a couple of groups of Templar hotkeys maybe. But yeah.
But he still has a lot.
Yeah, he still has a very big army, but both players are maxed, and a 200 supply Zerg is often a lot more scary than a 200 supply Protoss.
Not the best storms here, the first 2. Okay, this one is nice. But I think it's not enough. I think the storms were not good enough here.
There's just too much Zerg stuff. Like, we saw the supply was literally just 200, 200, but now look at the supply. He's 179, 129. He's literally 50 supply up now after that battle, that engage. And what can Protoss do now? Like, Zerg can go and take out whatever base he wants to, essentially.
There are a lot of cannons, and the 5th base is very secured with the small ramp. And I think this base is too close to the reinforcements, so I think he can defend this one as well. I think the bases are actually fine.
Yeah, it looks like that. Looks like he will be able to hold for the time being, but Zerg just has so many bases. What is Protoss gonna do? Oh, and he's loading up for a drop. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
This could be devastating.
Uh-oh. Oh, only 1 cannon, no units in the main base.
Yeah, I don't think Protoss is ready for this. He doesn't know it's coming. I mean, his army isn't too terribly far away, but cracklings, they kill things so quickly. And I mean, there's quite a few Hydras in here. I guess it looks like it's mostly Hydras. I don't know. It's a good mix of both.
Yeah,
but yeah. Oh, he's just gonna GG.
I just wanted to say this is probably the drop that eliminates him from the GosuLeague, and he GG's right into this moment.
He's not even gonna try and defend it.
Yeah, that's it. So congratulations to Striker for being the 2nd Zerg, advancing from this round of 16 group into the round of 8.
It was a Protoss advance first, I think, right?
Yeah, I did the wrong. I'm not sure of the English word now, but I want to say the 2nd player is another Zerg.
Yeah. Well, I think that means we have, what, 6 Zergs and 2 Protoss in the round of 8?
Yeah, let's actually take a look at that.
Zasagi much? What is this? So many Zergs?
So, the brackets, by the way, I will put the link in the chat if you want to look at yourself, but now we put it on the stream here. There we go. So that was group D of the round of 16 here, and we saw Tech advancing in 1st place and Striker advancing in 2nd place. So Snipe, actually your predictions came true, so very good job there.
That's true.
So what do we have here? We have 4 Zergs in A and C, and we have 2 more in B and D, so that's 6 Zergs and 2 Protoss. That's correct, yeah.
Alright, so a lot of ZVZ may be coming up. Do we know what the matchups are going to be for next round?
I think there will be a draw, like a match draw, or bracket draw. I'm not sure. I can check the Bombastic Star League website here very quickly, but I'm pretty sure it's not decided yet. Yeah, I don't see any information.
I wasn't sure if maybe it's like the 1st player from Group A plays the 2nd player from Group D kind of thing, or if it was just a random draw, or how it was going to work. So, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, that's pretty much all we have for you in the round of 16. Remember, GosuLeague cast will be always on Tuesday and Thursday. Let me very quickly go into the schedule here. One
Make
second.
sure we're doing it next week as well.
It's not decided yet, but I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check let me bring the schedule on the screen here. Okay, yeah, I will put it on the stream.
All right.
Here we go. So here in the middle you can see the GosuLeague, and today was this round of 16 Group D. And on the 26th, so that is next Tuesday, we have Catspaw, LRM Catspaw, on his Twitch channel, casting the first and second quarterfinal of the round of 8. And then on Thursday there will be another cast, which is not decided yet who will cast it, but it will probably Snipe and myself again.
So I'm looking forward to seeing those games too. Yeah. Round of 8. I mean, everyone's going to be really solid. So.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have some really great games. We have seen some super strong players who really dominated their group in the round of 16 and round of 32, and I'm really eager to see those players like match up against each other. It will be very fun. So definitely tune in on Tuesday and Thursday, guys. Yeah, and I think with that we are at the end of our stream. And yeah, Snipe, again, thanks for casting with me. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always great. I think we make a great testing team there, so it's always good.
Yeah, and also thanks for the viewers, for everyone tuning in, even with the technical difficulties. We had a nice stream here. We saw some awesome games, so thank you for supporting, guys. I appreciate it. So, and with that, I say thanks for watching and bye bye.
See y'all next time.